enormous. So I say thank you.
Well, I will tell you that I was so disappointed because we were original investors in Ain't Too Proud on the Broadway run, and they got hit by COVID. I think they'd still be running if it wasn't for COVID. It was such a great show.
Truly, yeah, it really was, like so many shows, an epic COVID hit that then, shifted everyone to really thinking about, should we keep the show running on Broadway, or is it more, productive and smart in terms of the pocketbook to take it out on the road and put it on tour? And, inevitably it did very, very well on the tour. It was, it was
it's a great
really
show.
big
And I think it will
tour.
live again. I mean, it's a great show.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too. I look forward to that.
Yeah. But I thought that was so cool in your biography. So Logan Vaughn, so you're directing Primary Trust, which Mark Shanahan, he came to Kiwanis just to tell us to go see this play. He's so excited about it. Why is this play so great? Why are you directing it? What are you bringing to it? Tell us about it.
Well, I think, I remember saying this on our first rehearsal, that there is a reason why Ebony Booth won the Pulitzer Prize for this play. And it's a reason why so many theaters are desiring and to put it into their seasons and putting it into their seasons. It is a small, and I say small in that it is, it's an hour and a half, it's not a long, it's about an hour really in 25 minutes. It's not an epic tale in its length, but what she packs inside of it in terms of life and heart and radical love and radical healing, and the necessity for us to really take control of our healing so that we can live free is enormous in this play. And I was the associate artistic director the co-associate artistic director at Ojai Playwrights Conference. Casey Stagel was my partner in crime as associate directors, and it came to us first at Ojai Playwrights Conference to develop Knud and Ebony. Knud was the original director of the world premiere, and they both came to develop the show with us at Ojai, and I was a part of, in addition to being the associate artistic director, I was also on the reading committee. So when I read this play, I immediately knew that it was going to be extremely important. And I was thrilled and sort of knocked out by just the play on the page. So, what can then happen when it is fully realized on stage? Not only did I know it was going to be quite important, very important, but I also felt it was going to change someone's life, someone's lives.
Really?
In experiencing it. Yeah. And so coming back to it, or I should say even just coming to it as a director, because, when I was there that season, I was developing another play and just had the honor of being on the committee and being able to be in space and development while Knud and Ebony were working. And then I was working with my playwright on a different play that we subsequently world premiered as well. But I feel really honored and gifted to return to the play as a director and to dream into it in this moment in my life and in this moment in time in the world. I think that everything is, I think there's a lot of synchronicity and sort of divineness in the order of things sometimes in our lives, and maybe oftentimes in our lives. And I think it's, it's a very particular time that it's arriving back to me, and I'm pretty thrilled. Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm really, really thrilled to share it with an audience, because I think we're really approaching it, myself and my team, my creative team, in a really fresh and different way than maybe some of the subsequent productions have been, which have stayed, I think, aesthetically even in casting, really tightly close to what happened in the original world premiere, which is okay. But, I also think that that's in Ebony's writing of the play, if you see it on the page, and what she also writes in her playwright's note at the beginning of the play, she really does leave it open for a director and their collaborators to dream into it. And so we really chose to do that. And most of my work, I would say, to be honest, 99% of my work is new plays. So I'm not often directing a production that has already had a previous production. It's been many, many years since I've done that, actually. So it's been both exciting and challenging in that, like, I am not a part of this, I was not a part of developing what happened on the page necessarily. But it also gives me a lot of space to just dream into it and interpret the world without what comes with, dramaturgically developing the play from the beginning to its full realization on the stage.
We're chatting with Logan Vaughn, who is directing Primary Trust, which begins April 14th. So is tomorrow opening night? Is that what that is? I think so. Tomorrow's opening night.
No, tomorrow is actually our first audience. So it's our first preview, and we have 4 previews. Yeah, we open on the 18th.
I see.
Previews begin tomorrow. So in previews, we rehearse during the day, and then we do the show in the evening. Rehearse during the day, do the show in the evening, because we're implementing changes, adjustments, and then we put it back in front of an audience and see how those adjustments feel.
Interesting. Okay, because we have tickets to give away, and the tickets are for the previews, which is really interesting. Theater goers love to go to previews because then they like to compare
I think
notes.
it's so exciting. Yeah. Exactly, because it really does change from night to night. Yeah.
Well, I'm told that the show has echoes of Harvey, that wonderful play with the imaginary rabbit that was, translated to film with Jimmy Stewart and Josephine Hull, who won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress, incidentally, when she did that. She was wonderful. And I'm told that it has a little bit of that gentleness of spirit with an imaginary friend. Is that right?
That is right. And when you have a very unexpected protagonist like our protagonist Ken, it's pretty exciting to and wild to imagine him with an imaginary friend. But yes, he does.
So Logan Vaughn, you really sound like, and from your biography, it sounds like you really love what you do, are passionate about it, have been doing it a long time. I want to know a little bit about you because I find it, really fascinating and wonderful when somebody really finds what they were born to do in this world and then just goes ahead and does it. And it sounds like you're doing your life with such purpose, like such purposeful intent about your career. When did you know that you wanted to be a director of plays?
Well, I would say, and thank you so much. I really actually do try to continue to be in alignment with just that. But I was a little cinephile when I was a girl. I wanted to see everything. And I thankfully had parents that really cultivated exploration for me. I was a dancer. I was, deeply obsessed with cinema. And then, my mom would put me in theater camp on the summer break. So it was just like a bonanza of storytelling. And so that's where I really, since I was a girl, I really loved telling stories. And then the shaping of that just came over time. I started in film and have subsequently returned to film. My film, Benny and James, premiered at Cannes in 2023. But theater sort of grabbed me right out of college. And out of undergrad, because I went to undergrad for film and and thought that I would continue to work in cinema. And I had an incredible producer who actually was Lee Daniels, his producer. And Lee Daniels might
very
know.
famous.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. So I was working for Lee Daniels. He was extremely, I was doing an internship with him. He was really inspiring and also very he really challenged me and really pushed me to bravely figure out what I wanted to do. And he had an incredible producer, Lisa Cortez, who is still an incredible producer, who was like, Chicago has amazing theater. And, I know you're interested in casting and you're interested in directing. Maybe you see if you can do an internship at Steppenwolf or the Goodman. And I was like, okay, yeah. Let me look into that. I had no idea that these were two of the, premier theaters of Chicago and really of the country. And so I applied for an internship at the Goodman in casting, and I got that internship, and that subsequently led to a fellowship. I had the Joyce Arts Fellowship with the Goodman, and then I became an associate and then eventually a casting director. And then in that time, and I was very young, it was sort of like, I was like 21 years old, 22 years old. I was 21 when I started at the Goodman, and I realized that I had this real desire to lean into directing for theater because of its immediacy. And it was different than cinema. And cinema asks different things of you as a director and as an audience. That's extraordinary in its own way, of course, in cinema. But in theater, it's a very different experience. It is immediate. It is live. It is, in some ways, unrelenting because you are in the room and it's all happening in front of you and unfolding right there in such a tangible way that's so alive. And I was really captivated by that and wanted to really challenge myself to learn how to do that as well as a storyteller. And so, that began, I think, my journey in theater really began in casting and then eventually directing in Chicago. And then I made my way to New York, where I had a directing fellowship at Playwrights Horizon. I was the director in residence there, and then also did Lincoln Center's Director's Lab, and so it was just kind of these steps of really cultivating my voice as a young director and ADing, and as an AD for other directors, you're learning from them, hopefully learning great things from them, and then also learning what parts of you are different and how you want to cultivate your point of view and how you want to create your own authorship as a director that is different from them, but also deeply inspired through them. And I had the great opportunity of ADing for Robert O'Hara, and he was a great mentor, still has been, and wonderful source for me to learn from and really learn how to be quite bold and brave in my choices. I credit that to him often because I think he's so bold and so brave, and he really inspired me to be more brave, more bold, unapologetic in how I approached my work.
Well, we're chatting with Logan Vaughn, and congratulations to you. It's called Primary Trust. Right after this, we have 3 pair of tickets to give away at the Playhouse.
That's so awesome.
I'm working out what night I want to see it myself, but I think it may be Saturday. I think I might come Saturday.
Yes, I would. I would be such an honor to have you at our opening. I would love that.
Oh, is it opening night Saturday? Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's a great night of theater. Come to opening.
I will. Logan Vaughn, thank you so much, and good luck with the play. And welcome to Westport. It's my hometown since 1989, and I know you're going to get a very warm welcome. So congratulations.
Oh, I love that. Thank you
cast.
so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you in person very soon.
Too.
Thank you for having me.
A pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny, warm and windy later this afternoon with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. Clear and mild overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a shower by late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's April 13th. On this day in 1997, Tiger Woods won the Masters, the youngest player to place first in the event ever. Here is Westport's Jim Nance.
There it is, a win for the ages. A moment like no one has ever seen at the Masters.
In 1970, an oxygen tank explodes on Apollo 13, leaving the spacecraft crippled and giving us these famous words.
Houston, we've had a problem. We've had a main bus audible. Okay, stand by 13. We're looking at it.
In 1988, the average price of a new home in Wilton was $91,000, and the average income was $25,000 a year. April 13th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. After failed peace talks in Pakistan over the weekend, President Trump says a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is underway.
They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out.
More from CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson.
The destroyers specifically can defend against aerial threats, think missiles and drones, and then the aircraft carrier, the Lincoln, can serve as really a base of operations as well as a pretty large intimidation factor to discourage anyone from breaking that blockade.
Pope Leo XIV is in Algeria on an 11-day tour of Africa. CBS's Chris Livesay is traveling with the Pope.
Africa is where there's the fastest growth in the Catholic Church right now. So it's the global South in general. We see it elsewhere in, say, Latin America. We see it in Asia as well. But we're really seeing growth in the Catholic Church.
President Trump on social media calls Pope Leo weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Leo has been critical of the war in Iran and made statements at odds with other priorities of the Trump administration. In addressing the president's comments, Pope Leo says his comments are not meant as attacks on anyone. As far as the posting of a picture online appearing to depict President Trump as Jesus, he insists
It wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support.
The post has been deleted. Just coming in, the House Ethics Committee is launching an investigation into California Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell, who has ended his run for governor after allegations of sexual misconduct from at least 4 women. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns reports.
Even though the congressman has dropped out of the California race, there is a big question about whether he will continue to serve here in Congress and whether he has criminal liabilities coming down the pike.
In the middle of the spring home buying season, White House economists say the U.S. has a significant housing shortage. More from CBS's Michael Toscano.
It's 10 million homes, according to the White House Council of Economic Advisors. Their annual report says reducing the cost of home building regulations could add as many as 13 million homes to the supply by lowering the cost of construction. And that, they say, could lead to savings for buyers. The analysis notes home prices have risen 82% since 2000, while incomes are up just 12%.
In Minnesota, the Ramsey County attorney and the sheriff are investigating the arrest of federal officers of a Hmong American man as a potential case of kidnapping, burglary, and false imprisonment. On Wall Street, stocks are up. This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth 48 hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Motorists are urged to avoid the area of Merritt Street in Bridgeport as a gas line ruptured this morning. According to a release from Shauna White, the public information officer for the Bridgeport Office of Emergency Management, the gas line was ruptured in the 800 block of Merritt Street this morning. Work to repair it is ongoing. And after making a complaint that he got a ticket for not putting money in a parking meter because he had a special parking pass, a Bridgeport City Council member was found to have used the pass improperly. Jorge Cruz emailed his fellow city council members as well as the Connecticut Post after he was ticketed $20 for not putting money in a parking meter while parked at his workplace. Cruz argued he had his special parking pass on display, a pass which is issued to all city council members. However, City Council President Jeanette Herron said the pass is supposed to only be used for official city business. In his email, Cruz felt he was being targeted since he announced an exploratory committee to run for mayor. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, construction, exit 20 down to 17. Stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound roadwork starts at Route 34, goes down to exit 38 in the left lane. And on the Merritt Parkway, southbound, construction, exit 15 down to 13. And again, going into exit 3, right lane is blocked. 91 northbound, construction, exits 15 through 17 in the left lane. And Route 8 southbound, you have it exit 15 down to exit 13A. Stay to the right to get through. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, over the weekend, as I was prepping to get back in the afternoon seat here, and thanks to everybody who put up with me in the morning last week on the Melissa in the Morning program. Glad I did not pile the truck into the wall. Melissa was back this morning. I'm back here. So as I'm looking over the stuff on the weekend saying, hey, what am I going to have in the pile of stuff to start another big furry and floppy week here on Connecticut Today, I came across this. And you know by now that one thing I love about politics, and listen, I vote one way on one thing, some different ways on other things, but I love as our president used to say, the strategery of this whole thing. Mr. Bush used to say, W, who's still out there, doesn't say a lot, but I love the strategery of the whole thing. And I come across this because I get posts on my social media pages from the Connecticut State Democratic Party. And I get this. Now, there's a big, now some of you may have seen this. There are somewhat complimentary pictures on there. Now, they're in black and white. Now, you notice if you criticize someone, you rarely do it with a color photo. You do it in black and white, whatever. It's a psychological thing. It's, focus grouped and tested and everything. And there's a rather sullen picture on the left of Ryan Fazio looking to his left, your right on the frame, to Aaron Stewart. Now, Aaron Stewart has a big smile because, of course, she was seen in pictures in the Trump White House with Mr. Trump. Who cares? Number one, well, she supports Trump. Well, maybe she does. Because, geez, you think it might be a good idea, far be it from me to say, you think it might be a good idea if a Republican governor, maybe of a largely blue state, gets along with a Republican guy in the White House? I don't know. You tell me, Maud. Might that be a good idea if she plays up to him? Maybe. I don't know. But anyway, there is a picture here of Ryan Fazio looking at Aaron Stewart, and here's what they say. This is a campaign point by the Connecticut Democratic Party because they have nothing else. And I'll get to our question of the day because I'm wondering if it's going to be Trump and nothing else. Because you tell me, what can the state Democrats, although, as much as I think Ned Lamont is not a crazed nut like half of his party is, what can they campaign on other than Trump? So the big multi-point type here, I don't know, 20, whatever the size of the type is here. It says Fazio and Stewart remain silent. Ooh, and the silence in red. Whew. They went to the color palette here on Microsoft Paint. Is that what they did this? Shows you how old I am. Came standard with a lot of Windows computers. I guess it still does. PCs. Fazio and Stewart remain silent about Trump's war in Iran. Okay. Yeah. Because the governors of states, last time I checked, don't have a lot of say in foreign policy. So it says this. Now, the hypocrisy here, you can't script this. You Democrats out there, your party cannot script this any better. If you hired some union script writers, don't hire any scabs to make sure they're in a union. I'm all for that. For 6 weeks, Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart have refused to comment on Donald Trump's disastrous war of choice. And by the way, it may not be a disaster. Something's coming out over the weekend, a new way of looking at this, but I digress. Record-breaking gas prices, American lives lost, an unhinged president threatening war crimes. What will it take for them to break their silence? Well, excuse me, but why should a member of the Connecticut or somebody who's going to be governor of Connecticut, I mean, they can give their opinion, but as you're deciding who the next governor is going to be, why do you care? Is this all state Democrats have? Is Trump, oh, by the way, Trump, and while we're at it, Trump, and Trump. I mean, I don't get it. Are they going to engage about the high taxes in this state? Are they going to engage about the fact that we have no cogent energy policy? Are they going to engage that just about 60 or 70% of people don't want to pay this freaking public benefits charge? But they talk about affordability. So, hey, all you Einsteins on the blue side of the aisle, do you think maybe getting rid of the public benefits charge would put how many hundreds of dollars back in the pockets of Connecticut taxpayers? But you want to talk about Trump and you want to talk about the war in Iran. Okay. Is this all you got? No, I'm dead serious about this. Now, maybe there's a strategery here. I don't know. But come on. See, I'm wondering, when the campaign really starts and it ends up being on a debate stage, Ned Lamont, likely, but you never know with Josh Elliott. We'll get to that sooner. Are they banking that people are just not going to vote for either Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio, or for that matter, for the sake of argument, Betsy McCoy? I don't think she has a shot because of Trump. Maybe they feel, maybe the state Democrats feel they don't have to actually defend their policies. Now, I'm sure there are a percentage of people listening out there to the sound of my voice right now and getting nauseous. But besides that, are they banking on the fact that people will, if Ryan Fazio or Betsy McCoy or Aaron Stewart were to come to a podium and say, hey, I have the cure for cancer in my hand right here. This will cure all types of cancer in our lifetime. Are the Connecticut State Democrats banking that, bitching and moaning about Donald Trump, which a lot of people do, is going to forego any other policy here? See, I'm confused. I am. I mean, look at all the issues we have here in the state that require serious, deliberative, cool, calm, clean legislative action, and it never happens. All they do is figure out how to dole out earmarks and how to go against Trump on this and Trump on that. Okay. But what about the other part of your job? Geez, I don't know. Sky-high electric rates, our lack of an overall long-term energy strategy, unrelenting property taxes, the state's poor showing in any business metrics, out-of-date school funding formula. Or is it all Trump with them? I don't get it. I don't understand. Well, maybe I do. So I ask this, and maybe they're smarter than I am on this. Maybe they are. I don't know. But here is the question I think they're banking this thing on. You tell me. Does Donald Trump, being president, automatically keep you from voting for any Republicans in the state elections in November? Seriously, that's the question. I'm getting criticized online for posting it. But again, this could be the state Democrats' main campaign tactic here, because what can they say on the other issues? Think about it. Is there going to be substantive discussions in the next, 5 or 6 months? What are we, in April? Yeah, so 6-7 months here. Are we going to have substantive discussions here? Or are the Democrats simply going to send people out there and say, oh, Aaron Stewart, she likes Trump. Well, geez, Einstein, if she gets elected governor, you think that would help if she gets along with Trump, huh? You think so? You never hear anything about eliminating the public benefits charge. You never hear anything about a long-term energy strategy. You never hear anything substantive about fixing the educational cost-sharing formula. But man, just say Trump, and they're getting all kinds of quivering excited. So, but let me ask you, here the flat question is, if Trump's in the White House, does that automatically mean you will not even consider Aaron Stewart and or Ryan Fazio, or for that matter, Betsy McCoy? You tell me. I'm honestly interested to know. Because if that's the case, maybe the Dems are right on this. Traffic and weather together coming up as we start off on a Monday right here on WICC.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go: Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Don't miss the Fairfield University School of Graduate Studies around the region every weekday with Melissa in the morning. Melissa brings you the biggest news from Connecticut and around the region.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound, construction, exit 20 down to 17. Stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound roadwork starts at Route 34, goes down to exit 38 in the left lane. And on the Merritt Parkway, southbound, construction, exit 15 down to 13. And again, going into exit 3, right lane is blocked. 91 northbound, construction, exits 15 through 17 in the left lane. And Route 8 southbound, you have it exit 15 down to exit 13A. Stay to the right to get through. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Oxford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So seriously, if you're one of my progressive friends out there, listen, there's some things I think that Democrats and progressives are inherently right on, some things that the GOP is wrong. But, attacking Aaron Stewart and Ryan Fazio about the Iran war, come on. And by the way, if people are voting for the next governor of the state or to reelect Ned Lamont, and the next session of the General Assembly that has an inexorably large amount of influence on your daily lives, right? To base that vote on who's in the White House, you got more problems than any therapist is going to be able to help you with. I'm sorry. If the state Democrats are worried about high gasoline prices, why don't they lower the gas tax? Oh, we can't do that now, can we? Because Trump. I am so sick and tired of everybody every year saying, well, we have challenges in this state, and largely we do nothing about them. Everybody says, I heard Marty Looney the other day and Bob Duff, affordability, affordability. All right, what are you doing to help? Well, it's a complex issue. Well, maybe it is. Get rid of the public benefits charge, which I know Republicans voted for too. Get rid of it and make it a line item on the budget. Do your jobs as legislators. Come up with a comprehensive energy strategy for this state. How about that? Fix the educational cost sharing grant formula. How about that? But no, we got to worry about the Iran war, which actually might be working out for the positive. I'll tell you that later. Jose in Shelton's here to lead us off on a Monday. Jose, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Paul?
Hey.
Long time no
Yeah.
speak.
Yeah.
I called last week.
Yeah.
You had a replacement, and
Yeah.
he gave me some information on. Remember we talked about the NIPS?
Yeah, NIPS. Yeah. Yeah.
He said that because I've been buying a lot of NIPS lately.
I know you're a big NIP fan. Yes. Yes. Yes.
I'm a NIP fanatical.
Yeah.
And he said the guy that replaced you said that
Yeah.
there's no deposit on NIP.
Yeah.
I went back to take some NIPS when
Yeah.
I took my alcoholic beverages back.
Yeah.
The lady at the counter said,
Yeah.
no deposit
Now there isn't.
on NIPS.
There
It's
isn't.
a state law.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're thinking of changing the say no. But the thing is that 5 cents is handled between the retailer and the town to provide for environmental cleanup of the nip
I know,
bottles.
but I get ripped off because I don't get my 5 cent back. And
Well,
I'm a capitalist.
Yeah.
I capitalize on other people's mistakes.
Jose, I thank you. That's about enough of that. All right, 203-333-9422. Yes, there is now, and thank you, Jose, for the call. There is now, I guess, a move to make NIPS returnable to the retail purchaser. Right now, the only 5 cent that's handed back is between the wholesaler or the retailer, I forget who pays it, and the actual town to pay for NIP cleanups. Of course, now, if people weren't such friggin' slobs, we wouldn't need the NIP cleanups. Now would we? See, that's the core of the story, and I don't want to get off into NIPS here too much again, but that's the core of the story. There's this NIP rebate that goes on upwards in the retail chain before it gets to people because people are a bunch in many municipalities of drunk freaking slobs. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, construction, exit 20 down to 17. Stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound roadwork starts at Route 34, goes down to exit 38 in the left lane. And on the Merritt Parkway, southbound, construction, exit 15 down to 13. And again, going into exit 3, right lane is blocked. 91 northbound, construction, exits 15 through 17 in the left lane. And Route 8 southbound, you have it exit 15 down to exit 13A. Stay to the right to get through. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
During my 20s, I lost and gained weight several times, and now I've been left with some facial and necklines that I just don't like. But instead of using makeup to cover it up or getting injections or even surgery to correct the problem, I learned about SoftWave at Derm Medical in Wilton. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is an ultrasound energy that triggers a healing response to boost collagen and help your skin become firmer, smoother, and more lifted over time. Go to dermmedical.org/softwave to book your appointment today.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, April 21st and 23rd at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STATION25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A new U.S. blockade targets ships into and out of Iran. CBS's Weijia Jiang at the White House.
We do know, however, that President Trump says the ceasefire that is set to expire in 9 days is still holding up well. So there is still time here for some sort of diplomatic solution.
In social media posts, President Trump has poked at Pope Leo and says he's not a big fan. CBS's Chris Livesay is on the Pope's Africa trip.
Pope Leo now has spoken out a number of times, not just against the war, but he's used President Trump's name.
Support from President Trump and a visit from Vice President Vance during the campaign wasn't enough to keep Viktor Orban in power in Hungary. CBS's Vicky Barker.
France's far-right national rally noting that Orban's respectful acceptance of his defeat proved fears that Hungary's democracy was being dismantled on his watch were unfounded.
CBS News Brief, I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Hamden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott, who is a declared Democratic candidate for governor, says being overlooked has been a major motivation in his campaign. He is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont in this year's Democratic primary. Elliott says he has been driving to multiple town committee meetings per day to try to legitimize his candidacy and to make up ground on Lamont.
People want to know what their choices are. And so if you don't give somebody the chance to speak and you don't give people the opportunity to see what the potential is out there, the body ends up rejecting that decision.
He says Lamont's campaign is now, quote, chasing their tails. Elliott says he's confident he can win 15% of the delegate vote to qualify for the primary, but he will end his campaign if he can't qualify for public financing by the end of the month. The governor's office has announced that as of today, Governor Ned Lamont's communications director, Rob Blanchard, has transitioned out of his role, and Catherine Vollman has begun serving in the position. Blanchard, a Democrat, has recently announced his intention to run for the state Senate in the 28th District following the news that current Senator, Fairfield Republican Tony Wong, will be retiring at the end of his current term.
I'll be retiring from the Connecticut State Senate, which I've had the privilege to represent for the past 11 and a half years. But it's a decision that reflects gratitude.
Blanchard also currently serves as deputy majority leader in the Fairfield Representative Town Meeting. The price of gas in Connecticut, which has risen rapidly since the start of the war in Iran, is unchanged from a week ago. The average price for a gallon of regular is $4.08. AAA reported the current national average is $4.12. As the tax deadline approaches, the State Department of Consumer Protection is warning residents of potential scams. Officials say there's been an uptick in reports of scam calls, with those scammers typically claiming to be the IRS and saying that you owe money or that there's a problem with your account. If you receive such a call, you are advised to hang up immediately. This follows a warning from the DMV last week about fraudulent texts regarding past due tolls. The Better Business Bureau has reported an uptick in overall scams in 2026. The warning period from bus-mounted cameras in New Haven is ending today. The cameras have been sending warnings to offenders who pass buses since January. Now, offenders caught on camera will be issued $250 tickets instead of warnings. The footage will be reviewed by officers before tickets get sent in the mail. Since the warning period began, officers have reviewed 700 videos and sent more than 300 warnings. Over 100 dirt bikes and ATVs took over the streets in Trumbull on Sunday. Police said the takeover happened around 5:15 p.m., starting on Route 127 and working towards Old Town Road and Main Street. At times, the convoy occupied both directions of traffic. The side mirror of a police vehicle was broken, and one ATV was seized after it became disabled during the event. Officers are working to identify the riders involved. State officials, including Attorney General William Tong, are calling for the release of a 19-year-old Cheshire high school student with no criminal record who has been detained by ICE since last Monday.
And the reason why it's hard to fathom is because I have a high school senior. And how would she react? How would any of us have reacted when we were high school seniors if 4 cars showed up and jumped us in Cheshire on a neighborhood street? It just underscores how wrong this is.
The student is the son of an Afghan man who worked as a translator for American troops in Afghanistan. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal's office says the translator entered the U.S. legally with his 5 children after he was threatened by the Taliban. Cheshire Superintendent of Schools Jeff Solon said that he is, quote, heartbroken as a superintendent and disgusted as an American. The Bridgeport Islanders held their last regular season game in the city last night. The AHL affiliate team for the New York Islanders is moving to Hamilton, Ontario, Canada next season after 25 seasons in the Park City. The team defeated the Hartford Wolfpack last night 4-1, clinching a spot in the playoffs, so the team will still have a couple opportunities for fans to catch games at the Total Mortgage Arena. And an article in Hearst Media says a Connecticut city has been named to a list of the top 100 best places to live in the U.S. Danbury was the only Connecticut city to land on the list, earning a, quote, live score of 700 from Livability and ranking at number 51 on the list. The Fairfield County city was named to the list for being, quote, home to a charming downtown, excellent schools, an arts community, and its proximity to New York City. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 20 down to 17. Stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, more construction from Route 34 down to exit 38. And on the Merritt Parkway southbound, more road work. Exit 15 down to 13 and going into exit 3 in the right lane. 91 northbound construction starts at exit 15. Route 8 southbound, you have it from exit 15 down to exit 13A. Left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, simple question, simple quiz here. If you're deciding who to vote for governor of a state that you live in and who to vote for in the General Assembly of that state, do you really give a rat's backside? Or, a rat's arse, can I say? Because rats must have arses. Do you care what that person, that guy, that gal, do you care what they think about what's going on in the White House? No, honestly, do you? I mean, would you lose your you-know-what if a possible governor's candidate or gubernatorial candidate like Aaron Stewart, for example, says she supports President Trump? Well, of course I would, Paul. Well, do you care more about that or tax policy? You see what I'm driving at here? Because I know for a fact that there are people, because I've talked to some of them, who would vote against their own pocketbook. Because, and believe me, Republicans do it too, but I am fascinated by people that will say, well, Aaron Stewart may be smart and Ryan Fazio looks like a nice young man, smart guy, but I would never vote for them. Well, why not? Well, because Trump. I don't get that. I understand it. You can multitask, You can say anybody or everyone in the White House on one party side or the other is abhorrent to you, but what if that same party that you hate in Washington does better for you on taxes and spending in Connecticut, two things that a lot of people on both sides of the aisle constantly bitch and moan about in this state. And the reason I started with this today, and the reason we have our question of the day, is because the Democratic Party in the state here put up something that I found just fascinating. In looking at this over the last few days. Now, look, campaigns are hard fought. I get it. But there's this photo, this black and white photo, because remember, you never do anything in color attacking an opponent. That's a Facebook thing. For 6 weeks, cue the, if I had any dastardly music, I'd be playing it here. For 6 weeks, Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart have refused to comment on Donald Trump's disastrous war of choice. Well, we don't know it's a disaster yet, because I heard somebody over the weekend explaining something actually on a progressive outlet that I said, that does make sense. But I digress. Record-breaking gas prices, American lives lost, an unhinged president threatening war crimes. All right, maybe. So what if, though, Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart, just for the sake of argument, can do a better job on taxes here than somebody else can do a better job. Maybe they can cajole both sides to come together for the educational cost-sharing grant thing. Now, I gotta believe Democrats are going to campaign more. Once Governor Lamont or Josh Elliott, don't discount Josh Elliott. We'll get to that later. Big feature story on him not going away. It's very good. And I don't blame the guy. I love the fact that he's basically showing up at Democratic Town Committee saying, hey, why can't I speak? Good for you, Josh. Keep it up. But I digress. Well, Aaron Stewart, she says she likes Trump. Well, okay. What if she wins? Do you think it would be an advantage for the state? Assuming we get past the Trump thing, which maybe we will, maybe we won't. Like I said, he's going to walk away, I think, sometime next year, but that's just me. But James Carville agrees with me. See? How are the Dems going to, how are they going to campaign? Well, we have to tax rich people more. Oh, you mean like your governor? Oh, man, we'll get back to the phones momentarily. But are they banking on this? Are they banking on a subset of voters here in the state? And I'm not saying this isn't smart, but do they think they have an automatic amount of votes from people who, even if they think Aaron Stewart and Ryan Fazio may have some good ideas, they're younger, they're a new generation, are Democrats counting on people saying, yeah, these two, they're young, they're vibrant, she was a mayor, he understands finances real well, but I could never vote for them because they're Republicans? I don't know, maybe. Personally, I think that's dumb, but that's just me. We'll get to the phones momentarily. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 20 down to 17. Stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, more construction from Route 34 down to exit 38. And on the Merritt Parkway southbound, more road work. Exit 15 down to 13 and going into exit 3 in the right lane. 91 northbound construction starts at exit 15. Route 8 southbound, you have it from exit 15 down to exit 13A. Left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and/or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
You know, I'm trying to get my agent to get Connoisseur to get this ranting and raving liner off the air. I don't think it's working, though. I think I'm perfectly sane. But I did, because I just turned 65 and had my yearly physical today. Everything's good. Knock on wood. I did take my first cognition test to make sure I wasn't in early stages of dementia. I did, which is good. Everything's fine. People, though, listen to me going, no, he's crazy. No, but in all seriousness, everything's good. So knock on wood, every day you can get out of bed is a good day. Now I guess Josh Elliott is saying that if he doesn't qualify for public financing by the next deadline or whatever, he's going to drop out of the race, I guess. But again, good for him for, yelling and screaming about how he's getting shut out by certain Democratic town committees. By the way, I should say, Tim, hang on, we'll be right with you. One thing, and you'll find this interesting, there was, and I emphasize that this was a rumor, but looking at the people that posted it over the weekend, these are pretty sane people. There was a rumor, again, emphasizing here a rumor, there was a rumbling on social media by the political folks who enjoy following this in the state that, and this is not too surprising, that let's just say certain powers that be in Hartford were perhaps rumored, nothing verified here, to be using the threat of losing state funding for certain cities and towns that throw a little too much support behind Mr. Elliott. But isn't that how it works? Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, good afternoon, sir. How are you? Hello, Tim.
I'm there.
Okay,
Can you hear
go
me?
ahead. Now I can, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That is a rhino. That is a giraffe. That is an elephant. Oh, is that the kind of test that you aced? I aced it.
Oh no,
I
no,
had the highest score of all time.
No, they gave
no
me.
one has ever
they
scored
gave
it
me.
more.
No, it's a standard test. It's called the clock face test. You can look it up. So.
But they're changing it to the Trump test.
Yes.
It's fantastic.
Tim, Josh Elliott there. Rumors are he's being pressured, Tim. I'm shocked. Isn't that shocking? Isn't that shocking?
Well, come on. This is still Connecticut. I mean, the guy's a gay man, okay?
I would. What, so you think
think
that makes a difference still today?
There's a lot of little, I wouldn't say anything. I'm not going to say anything, but we've got a perfectly fine governor here. Oh, progressive? Well, I agree with him, but I want to keep this structure the way it is, and I want Aaron Stewart to answer certain questions about, I don't know, feminine policy. What she supports and doesn't support.
Okay, yeah, that's viable. I'm sure we'll hear that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, we won't hear it because she'd rather go on the ham and eggs circuit and
come
say,
on. Every candidate does that, Tim. Come on.
I know. Well, there's one or two that won't go on.
What's wrong with ham and eggs, by the way? I'm not a big ham guy for breakfast, but geez, man.
I'm trying to apparently channel what's his Freddie Blassie. Or was that? Oh my God! And if you can figure that out, you can pass the cognitive exam. Look, we don't want, there are, unless there's, it's a glorified beauty contest. None of these people are really. Number one, none of them are going to talk about serious changes. Yeah. Number two, it's kind of a popularity test, and that sort of thing. And it's all great. The Republicans will put up a 40%er that will get about 40%. Didn't they do good? And that candidate, he's a house painter by day.
See, you don't think. But let me ask you something though. You don't think a pro-choice woman, who I think Aaron Stewart is, and worked in a largely Democratic city, you don't think a one-on-one candidacy against Ned Lamont would
She always won that city because her father was,
So you
the
think
mayor,
you don't think she top you don't think she top
issues at Newman.
You don't think she would top 40%?
The top 40%? Yeah, maybe. I doubt 42 would be maximum stuff. She doesn't thrill people. She doesn't, and all that stuff. You got to make people turned on to vote for you. And
what is Ned
like
Lamont?
that.
Is Ned Lamont thrilling?
Oh yeah, he turned because they had such good dreams when he put them to sleep. They remembered them and said, "Oh, he had me that nice dream, and I really liked him. I'll vote for him again."
All right,
that
Tim.
or Susan.
Yeah.
Susan Bysowicz.
Yeah, well,
she can open up an envelope. She's wonderful.
Wow, I
Look at
don't
that.
think.
Open up an envelope.
Wow, Tim. Jeez. Anything else before Anything else before I have to move on?
Boy, let's all get out there and protect, street safety and make sure we cross and look both ways.
All right,
Have a wonderful day.
Yes, look both. That's Tim's mantra there, and I agree. No, listen, Tim, you're right. I can't tell you how many people I see with their heads buried in their phones crossing the street. You zombies! Get your freaking head out of your phone. Look up. And then if you give them a slight tap on the horn, they flip you the finger. What is that? I don't, and I'm glad, Tim, you mentioned that to me, because I did want to, I saw that the other day. I'm like, pal, what are you doing? What is so urgent? How many times were you hit in the head recently that you keep your phone locked to your face while crossing a street? You can't wait the 15 or 10 seconds to get across the street and then stare back down at the same dumb TikTok video you've been looking at? My God. What a world of zombies. Oh, yeah. Well, you never look at your phone, Paul? Pardon me. Rioski's on the desk there over there. Not while I'm driving, not while I'm crossing a street, not when there are hundreds of multi-thousand-pound vehicles zooming left and right around me, including in a street takeover. What do we have one of those and trumbled over the way? Oh, I'll get to that later. I have zero tolerance for that either. They said one of the ATVs broke down. Good. Take it, confiscate it, and crush it. Pulverize it. Well, the kids were just having fun. Too bad. You get the ATVs. If it's a dangerous situation, you crush them. You grind them into little dust. You throw them in Long Island Sound. Good for coral reefs. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 20 down to 17. Stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, more construction from Route 34 down to exit 38. And on the Merritt Parkway southbound, more road work. Exit 15 down to 13 and going into exit 3 in the right lane. 91 northbound construction starts at exit 15. Route 8 southbound, you have it from exit 15 down to exit 13A. Left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Okay, keep it right where you got it. News coming up from CBS and Chris Williams. As Chris mentioned earlier, current average for a gallon of regular gas here in the state, $4.08 a gallon. Yesterday it was $4.09, $4.08, so that's good. Things haven't budged there. A year ago, it was $1.03 cheaper. So again, you're talking about $12 and about $12.50 more this week that the action in Iran is costing you, $12.50 so far. If you only fill up once, if you do a lot of sales or drive a long way to work, that's like $25. That's serious money. You do 2 fill-ups or fills up or fill-ups. See, I'm into this whole plural thing again. You're talking an extra $25 a week in gas, right? That's some serious cashola there. The oil futures, we always like to look at those too. So we got the oil futures to check out right now. Not too bad. They're coming down. Maybe people want the Trump White House to blow up those Iranian vessels. By the way, what Iran is threatening is that's against international law. You can't start mining a strait. What's wrong with you people? $92.35 for a barrel of crude oil. Crude oil futures up 3.14% so far today. Of course, that's still above the $75 mark, but it's less than it was the other day at $110, $125 as well. The only reason I tell you this is because I like looking at the page. No, I'm serious. I know people out there like to follow this stuff. But the thing updates like every 10 seconds. And the cents part of it, they roll up and down like, the old-style slot machines before the electronic slots. The old-style machines with the wheels, the ones that were, I guess, much easier to fix and rig. I'm kidding. Well, I'm not giving specific locales. So, ooh, look, it's going up again. 92.31. There you be. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Going to vote straight Democrat in November because of Trump? Tell me why and how.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The House Ethics Committee has begun an investigation into whether Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell of California engaged in sexual misconduct toward an employee working under his supervision. The announcement by the panel comes one day after Swalwell suspended his campaign for California governor after more allegations that he continues to deny. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
At least 4 women have come forward to allege sexual misconduct by the California congressman who had been a leading contender in that governor's race. And one of the women was a former staffer who alleges that he sexually assaulted her.
President Trump says after the failed weekend U.S.-Iran talks in Pakistan.
We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal.
CBS's Weijia Zhang.
Pakistan is ramping up efforts to restart the talks, to have them again. And sources familiar with the conversations tell CBS that this wasn't a complete failure. There was progress made. In fact, the vice president himself said the good news is they had a lot of substantive talks, and they did make some progress, but they just weren't able to reach a final deal.
Hours into the U.S. Navy's blockade of major ships going into or out of the Strait of Hormuz, a pressure tactic on Iran. CBS's Eleanor Watson reports.
This stopping of traffic, this intimidation is kind of becoming a go-to for President Trump because it's a similar presence to what we saw in the Caribbean to pressure economically Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela back in December.
President Trump lashes out at the leader of the worldwide Catholic Church, calling Pope Leo weak on crime and terrible on foreign policy. CBS's Chris Livesay is traveling with the Pope.
Speaking to journalists on the papal plane to Africa, before it had even landed, he told journalists that he, quote, has no fear of the Trump administration and will continue to speak out loudly for the message of the gospel.
With tax day this Wednesday, President Trump is touting tax breaks in the domestic policy bill passed last year, what he calls the Big Beautiful Bill. CBS's Michael Toscano.
There was President Trump standing at the door to the Oval Office by the White House colonnade, receiving a couple of hefty-sized bags of fast food from a DoorDash delivery person named Sharon Simmons, a full-time dasher whose tips are now tax-free.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For the no tax on tips.
Oh, that's good.
It has helped my family out immensely.
And the president touted changes in tax deductions.
People are receiving more money from their tax refunds than they ever thought possible.
Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Stocks are up on Wall Street. The Dow has jumped 110 points. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Morning.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute.
Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
As the tax deadline approaches, the State Department of Consumer Protection is warning residents of potential scams. Officials say there has been an uptick in reports of scam calls, with those scammers typically claiming to be the IRS and saying that you owe money or that there's a problem with your account. If you receive such a call, you are advised to hang up immediately. This follows a warning from the DMV last week about fraudulent texts regarding past due tolls. The Better Business Bureau has reported an uptick in overall scams in 2026. Over 100 dirt bikes and ATVs took over the streets in Trumbull on Sunday. Police said the takeover happened around 5:15 p.m., starting on Route 127 and working towards Old Town Road and Main Street. At times, the convoy occupied both directions of traffic. The side mirror of a police vehicle was broken, and one ATV was seized after it became disabled during the event. Officers are working to identify the riders involved. And an article in Hearst Media says a Connecticut city has been named to a list of the top 100 best places to live in the U.S. Danbury was the only Connecticut city to land on the list, earning a, quote, live score of 700 from Livability and ranking at number 51 on the list. The Fairfield County city was named to the list for being, quote, home to a charming downtown, excellent schools, an art community, and its proximity to New York City. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exit 20 down to 17. Stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, more construction from Route 34 down to exit 38. And on the Merritt Parkway southbound, more road work. Exit 15 down to 13 and going into exit 3 in the right lane. 91 northbound construction starts at exit 15. Route 8 southbound, you have it from exit 15 down to exit 13A. Left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So over the weekend, knowing I was done filling in for Melissa last week, had a blast. Thank you so much for people saying, getting me messages saying they loved hearing me in the morning. Love doing it. Love the fact that the station trusts me with Melissa's show. Had a blast back here in the afternoon. And I was looking at stuff over the past few days, Friday late, Saturday and Sunday, as to, what I wanted to talk about. And I get posts from both sides of the aisle on my social media platforms. And a lot of you who listen to me are friends of mine on my personal Facebook page. If you want to be a friend and get in on my conversations, send me a friend request. I'll look it over. My personal page is not public. I don't need people, dive bombing into my DMs and all that. But having said that, I saw something that I found interesting. And it doesn't surprise me per se, but it does kind of indicate sort of where the state Democratic Party is, at least for now. They're getting in their early body blows on Aaron Stewart, on Betsy McCoy, and on Ryan Fazio. So there is a big, large black and white photo of a smiling Aaron Stewart looking to your left, her right, against I would say it's a pensive, thoughtful look from Ryan Fazio looking to your right, his left. And it said, Fazio and Stewart remain silent about Trump's war in Iran. Okay. All right. And it says for 6 weeks, Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart have refused to comment on Donald Trump's disastrous war of choice. Record-breaking gas prices. Are they record-breaking? Have we never been? I don't know. Are they? You tell me. American lives lost. An unhinged president threatening war crimes. Or is he smarter than you think? That's me. What will it take for them to break their silence? Now, if the roles were reversed here, and there was a Republican and there was a Democrat in the White House, and you had Republican candidates running for governor, I would criticize the Republican Party for saying, "Hey, what's wrong with these people for not commenting on the war?" Now, I know there's an economic basis on this. I get it. I understand that. But when you come right down to it, whether it's Ryan Fazio, whether it's Betsy McCoy, whether it's Aaron Stewart, who cares what they think about a U.S. military operation? I care about what they think about taxes. I care about what they think about business costs. I care about what they think about a long-term energy strategy. I care what Aaron Stewart or Betsy McCoy or Ryan Fazio cares or what they would do to improve the importation of energy in this state. Now, we know why the Dems are asking about Trump. I get that. Because by and large, they've got nothing else. Oh, you think that's harsh? Tell me what's gotten in the now 2.5 terms of Ned Lamont, in the 2 previous terms of Dan Malloy, what has appreciably changed for the better in the state? I'm serious. Maybe there's something that I'm missing. And I wonder, the reason I'm bringing this up is I wonder, when you have two candidates here, I don't think Betsy McCoy is going to get the nomination, not to dissuade her, disrespect her, but I think we can safely assume that either Ryan Fazio or Aaron Stewart are going to be the nominee. All right, then they're going to attack the Lamont administration. Now, they're going to go easy on Governor Lamont because I think he's a decent guy. And fiscally, he keeps the nutcases in his he keeps herding cats and keeps the crazies in his party away from tax increases and rampant spending. Every time they say tax this, millionaires tax, billionaires tax, and Ned goes, no, those are friends of mine, they'll leave. But I wonder if Democrats are only going to campaign against Trump. Because you may say, well, that's all they have to do. Well, they've got a great record. They're going to campaign on that. How? What is, and I'm asking this honestly. I'm not doing this for effect. I never do stuff for effect on this program. I just don't. I've had some people come up to me and say, hey, what do you say in the afternoon? Yeah? Is that shtick? I looked at it and I said, no, it's not shtick. It's real. And I sit here as one of 3.5 million people in the state and say to myself, all right, if I'm in the smoke-filled back rooms, I know maybe they're vape-filled now. I say to myself, all right, we're the Democratic Party of Connecticut, and we have achieved what? Now, just keeping the ship afloat, I guess, is good enough, making sure that, funding goes here and there. But again, on the big issues, the big elephants in all the rooms, what has changed? What has changed? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Seriously, what has changed? Or are the Democrats banking on the fact, and I'll ask you this question, are they banking on the fact that no matter how desirable Aaron Stewart may be as a candidate or Ryan Fazio, are they banking on the fact that a significant amount of their base who say, hey, that Aaron Stewart, good to have a woman running again. She's not really far right. She's pro-choice, multi-term mayor. Are the Dems banking on the fact that maybe because of Trump, that's going to dissuade voters? I don't know. I'm fascinated by this. So I will ask you this question, and this is our question of the day. Does Donald Trump being president automatically keep you from voting for any Republicans here in Connecticut in November? Now, I'm not talking about you can't vote for D.C.-based Democrats, our House delegation, Johanna Hayes, Jim Himes, Joe Courtney, John Larson, or Rosa DeLauro. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the General Assembly, the constitutional offices here, and the governor's race. So do you automatically say, well, yeah, I like Aaron Stewart's resume, and Fazio really understands energy prices and taxations, but is there that little devil that pops up straight out of the scene in Animal House that says, no, we're the angel of the devil? Remember that saying, no, you can't do that. They're Republicans. I don't know. You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
This spring, all of us at WICC are here to bring you the live and local news you need daily. Melissa in the Morning wakes you up at 5 for Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. The latest local news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is live at 2 for the latest on your ride home. We're live and local all day, every day on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. May 5th, it's Madeline Peru performing We Are America, songs that give us hope.
Don't wait too
on.
May 16th is the Brad Meldau Trio with Felix Mosaholm and Jorge Rossi. And June 12th, it's Al Di Meola, the Guitarchitect, featuring Electric Band. Madeline Peru, Brad Meldau, and Al Di Meola. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a 3-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that our food pantry served over 1.5 million meals and 1.8 million pounds of food in 2025?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Let your donation restore hope. BridgeportRescueMission.org.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust Cityline Florists, Trumbull's local florist for 108 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries to celebrations or just because, Cityline Florists delivers stunning high-quality flowers same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Ave, Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. Cityline Florists, making life's moments bloom since 1918.
Stream WICC anywhere. Wherever you go, we go. Go to voiceofct.com and click on Listen Live. Brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Visit ctlottery.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound congestion in Norwalk and Westport. The Parkway is a little easier out on New Haven. 95 south busy but moving through Long Wharf and 84 eastbound. Touch of the brakes coming off the Super 7. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The broadcast leader for Connecticut for 100 years. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let me just say this about Mr. Trump's words regarding Pope Leo XIV and an image that he put out regarding himself. He says he was a doctor. People say, no, you were trying to be Jesus. In the grand scheme of things, who cares? And I'm seeing CNN with a lead story. Post pull down of Trump. Do you understand that this is what he wants? And it's the same, it's formulaic. He loves to twist the knife or the screwdriver or whatever. Well, he shouldn't do that. Yeah, he probably shouldn't. But this gets in the way of policy discussions. I can't believe. Well, maybe I can. I mean, sure, put in the news. It's a lead segment on CNN. Come on. And then the president says, well, no, that was supposed to be me being a doctor. Sir, with all due respect. Sir, with all due respect, stop. But he does this. This is him. I'm not saying you have to like it, but again, shift your outrage away and talk about policy. And I know there's probably going to be retribution if and when the Dems win back. Well, they're definitely going to win a House, the Senate now and down. All right, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Should be interesting. You know, James Carville is talking about wanting political blood. That's a euphemism. He doesn't want to physically harm Mr. Trump, but you hear what he's saying. He wants retribution. Okay, I get it. Before we go to news, I want to say one thing that I read over the weekend. It said, well, you know, call Trump crazy. And believe me, sometimes there's stuff he does. And I go, oh, my God, please, sir. Mr. President, permission to speak freely. Yes, go ahead. Stop. But don't completely brush off what he's doing in Iran yet. Now, it may end up being a colossal mistake. And if you remember, what was my first phrase when I came on the day, the afternoon of the day, how many weeks ago when the invasion started? What did I say? I think my exact phrase was, they better get this right, or they better not screw this up. But somebody said something over the weekend. There are more columns popping up that say this. They say, don't lose the long-term goal of this. And that's one word. And it's China. And because we have now did what we did in getting rid of Maduro in Venezuela and putting in essentially a woman who was not, all warm and fuzzy, but we have a now working relationship with her. And the fact that now he's talking about taking control of the oil in the Strait of Hormuz, that has, you see who it's crippling? Now, China's still okay for now. But understand that if you control the oil in Venezuela and you control the oil into and out of Iran, you suddenly have two big legs up on Cuba, which is on the verge of collapsing, and on China. And you just wonder, and I said this last week, this could potentially blow up and cause years worth of World War III. It might. I have no idea. And you don't either. If you say, well, I know how this is going to end. No, you don't. There's certain ways you'd like this to end, but you don't. But wouldn't it be wild if in the end, and I don't know if this is going to happen, I would lean against no at this point, but what about if in the end, some guy who didn't care, Mr. Trump, who was not a guy of the body politic for all of his life, came in and said, you want to crush the powers in Cuba? You want to crush Iran? You want North Korea to be real quiet? You want China to start looking more favorably with us? Watch me. I mean, folks, stranger things have happened. Right? Weirder things have happened. Maybe all these people, we don't know, maybe from Hillary Clinton to Barack Obama to Bill Clinton to both Bushes to Mr. Reagan, maybe they knew that when we were saying, well, we have to free the people of Venezuela and free the people of Iran, You think maybe they were saying to themselves, well, I kind of have to say this, but, unless you do this militarily, it ain't going to work.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound congestion in Norwalk and Westport. The Parkway is a little easier out on New Haven. 95 south busy but moving through Long Wharf and 84 eastbound. Touch of the brakes coming off the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold, visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the third best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit foresthillsmilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says the U.S. military is now blocking Iranian ports, including the Strait of Hormuz. John Alderman with the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
The challenge of the blockade is not to announce it. The problem is what you do to enforce it. You also have a lot more naval personnel that are within firing range of the Iranians.
President Trump says he's, quote, not a big fan of Pope Leo.
No, I don't, because Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with regard to Iran.
The Pope says too many innocent people are being killed. The House Ethics Committee opens an investigation into sexual misconduct allegations against Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell, who has dropped out of the California governor's race. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
The rapid pace in which Democrats have been calling on one of their own, not only to drop out of the governor's race, but also to resign from Congress. And as of today, he's facing potential expulsion.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The price of gas in Connecticut, which has risen rapidly since the start of the war in Iran, is unchanged from a week ago. The average price for a gallon of regular is $4.08. AAA reported the current national average is $4.12. State officials, including Attorney General William Tong, are calling for the release of a 19-year-old Cheshire high school student with no criminal record who has been detained by ICE since last Monday.
And the reason why it's hard to fathom is because I have a high school senior. And how would she react? How would any of us have reacted when we were high school seniors if 4 cars showed up and jumped us in Cheshire on a neighborhood street? It just underscores how wrong this is.
The student is the son of an Afghan man who worked as a translator for American troops in Afghanistan. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal's office says the translator entered the U.S. legally with his 5 children after he was threatened by the Taliban. Cheshire Superintendent of Schools Jeff Solon said that he is, quote, heartbroken as a superintendent and disgusted as an American. The warning period from bus-mounted cameras in New Haven is ending today. The cameras have been sending warnings to offenders who pass buses since January. Now, offenders caught on camera will be issued $250 tickets instead of warnings. The footage will be reviewed by officers before tickets get sent in the mail. Since the warning period began, officers have reviewed 700 videos and sent more than 300 warnings. After making a complaint that he got a ticket for not putting money in a parking meter because he had a special parking pass, a Bridgeport City Council member was found to have used the pass improperly. Jorge Cruz emailed his fellow city council members as well as the Connecticut Post after he was ticketed $20 for not putting money in a parking meter while parked at his workplace. Cruz argued he had his special parking pass on display, a pass which is issued to all city council members. However, City Council President Jeanette Herron said the pass is supposed to only be used for official city business. In his email, Cruz felt he was being targeted since he announced an exploratory committee to run for mayor. Motorists are urged to avoid the area of Merritt Street in Bridgeport as a gas line ruptured this morning. According to a release from Shauna White, the public information officer for the Bridgeport Office of Emergency Management, the gas line was ruptured in the 800 block of Merritt Street this morning. Work to repair it is ongoing. Hamden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott, who is a declared Democratic candidate for governor, says being overlooked has been a motivation in his campaign. He is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont in this year's Democratic primary. Elliott says he has been driving to multiple town committee meetings per day to try to legitimize his candidacy and make up ground on Lamont.
People want to know what their choices are. And so if you don't give somebody the chance to speak and you don't give people the opportunity to see what the potential is out there, the body ends up rejecting that decision.
He says Lamont's campaign is now, quote, chasing their tails. Elliott says he's confident he can win 15% of the delegate vote to qualify for the primary, but he will end his campaign if he can't qualify for public financing by the end of the month. The governor's office has announced that as of today, Governor Ned Lamont's communications director, Rob Blanchard, has transitioned out of his role, and Catherine Volman has begun serving in the position. Blanchard, a Democrat, has recently announced his intention to run for the state Senate in the 28th District, following the news that current Senator, Fairfield Republican Tony Wong, will be retiring at the end of his current term.
I'll be retiring from the Connecticut State Senate, which I've had the privilege to represent for the past 11 and a half years. But it's a decision that reflects gratitude.
Blanchard also currently serves as deputy majority leader in the Fairfield Representative Town Meeting. And the Bridgeport Islanders held their last regular season game in the city last night. The AHL affiliate team for the New York Islanders is moving to Hamilton, Ontario, Canada next season after 25 seasons in the Park City. The team defeated the Hartford Wolfpack last night 4-1, clinching a spot in the playoffs, so the team will still have a couple opportunities for fans to catch games at the Total Mortgage Arena. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, just extra cars through Stanford and Fairfield. Parkway overall a little bit easier, but you do have congestion delays coming off Route 7 in Norwalk. New Haven, 95 south, busy, but you're moving through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, so did anybody out there get caught in the swarm of dirt bikes and ATVs? Listen, it's that time of the year, so be careful if you're out driving on major thoroughfares. And I understand. I know people are going to say, well, did you ever go cruising, Paul, in a car when you were that age? No, I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't. Whatever. I know people like to show off their cars, but cars are different. Cars are designed to be on the road. Here's a clue, Einstein. Dirt bikes and ATVs are not. Every single one of them that participate in things like this should be confiscated and destroyed. Well, it's just having fun, Paul. Well, then go to a place where you're allowed to ride a dirt bike, ride an ATV. Because from what I understand, they're not allowed on public streets, are they? Do they have a license plate on them? A group of more than 100 dirt bikes and ATVs disrupted traffic on main roads in Trumbull Sunday evening. The riders entered the town about 5:15, traveling in large groups along Route 127, Old Town Road and Main Street. They occupied all travel lanes at times during the takeover, creating hazardous conditions for drivers. See, that's what they're doing here. They say, well, we're just having fun. No, you're not. You're intimidating people because that's what you do with your sorry life. Now, I'm not against ATVs mean all terrain. Part of the terrain is off-roading. Go to an ATV site, put on a helmet, hopefully some elbow guards and wrist guards and gloves, knee guards. Have a blast. Keep the ATVs and the dirt bikes off of the streets. That's all. During the incident, a rider hit the side of a mirror of an officer's car and broke it. No additional property damage was reported. Police seized one ATV after it became disabled during their response. They noted the department policy limits their ability to pursue large groups of riders due to safety concerns for police and officers. Well, then it's not going to end. Law enforcement efforts are ongoing to identify the riders involved in the incident and to address reckless riding when possible. Well, good. And they'll find some people. And then the plea bargain will begin. Well, my son is such a good boy. Well, why was he riding an unlicensed vehicle street, in a vehicle in the street, ma'am, in a hazardous way that was intimidating people in cars? Well, he's such a good boy. Let him go. All right, he can go, but the ATV crusherino, baby. Choose it. Well, Paul, you're not understanding that these people need an outlet. That's fine. Am I saying you can't own an ATV? Am I saying you can't own a dirt bike? No, you'll never hear me say that. If they're licensed for sale in the state, go for it. Don't be a jackass. Don't hang around in packs of many jackasses on the road. You don't think those people were intimidated? By the way, let me ask you something, and let's just be frank about this, can we? For the sake of argument, 100 ATVs there, a combination of ATVs and dirt bikes. Okay, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, if I'm ever proven wrong, well, you know what? Let me preemptively say I'm wrong. I'm sorry. But I'll say it again. How many of those riders, even if it's just a handful or two or three, how many of them have guns? How many of them have knives or any manner of weapon? You're not going to tell me that out of 100 people who are willing to take their vehicles illegally onto a street and intimidate people, that there aren't a few folks out there who are waiting for something to happen. So listen, I know it's only a handful of cops. I know it's, there's not everything they can do, but they'll find them. 3 words, facial recognition software. Then, of course, the NAACP, the ACLU, whatever. Oh, no, they're using mass surveillance to arrest people who are just out to enjoy the weather. Okay, I'm sorry if I sound like a cynical jerk on this. You want to ride your ATV? Go ride it on some other terrain. Go in the woods. I know people who have them. They have a blast. There's competitions. There's jumping. Go do it there. Dirt bikes, too. And I've been cut off by too many of those things to care. I just don't. Is that law still in effect, or did it ever become a law in Bridgeport that a gas station is not supposed to sell gasoline to a vehicle without a license plate on it? Remember that from a few years ago? I don't know. Just wondering. All right. Have you ever gotten caught in the middle of one of these, by the way? I did once, and I pulled the heck over, and I'm just like, please don't shoot. Just get out of here. Please. Did you ever get caught in one of these street takeovers? And you take over the street for 10 minutes, and then what? What's next? I'm confused. Traffic and weather together, news, all that coming up, a little business too, right here on WICC.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Saturday, May 2nd for the Yankees annual Star Wars Day. Enjoy special appearances by some of your favorite Star Wars characters, and the first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Max-free Mandalorian bobblehead. Get your tickets now for Saturday, May 2nd, Star Wars Day at Yankee Stadium. For tickets, visit yankees.com/tickets. And may the Force be with you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FAME25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, just extra cars through Stanford and Fairfield. The Parkway overall a little bit easier, but you do have congestion delays coming off Route 7 in Norwalk. New Haven, 95 south, busy, but you're moving through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And again, let me emphasize, I'm not for banning ATVs. I'm not for banning dirt bikes. God, I wish I had one or both or the other when I was growing up. They look like a lot of fun. I'm not saying that. You can't ride them en masse in the streets. Because as somebody just pointed out to me with a text, I'll read it word for word later. Somebody said, well, then what's going to happen if sadly one of these guys or gals on these vehicles, for whatever reason, gets hit by a vehicle there that's intimidating people, a cop tries to clear up. I mean, there's just too much there. And I know what some people are going to say. Well, they need a place to ride these. Well, it's called terrain for the all-terrain. No, I understand that. And it's a gathering. It's a social gathering. I'm sure. Again, it's like the old cruise nights. I get it. But cruising is done in cars on streets, which are made for the aforementioned, I don't know, cars. Not the band either. I don't know. You tell me. Did you ever get caught in one of these? I did once. I saw it coming. I pulled into a park. Where was I? I think it was in East Haven once. I said, all right, let them all go by. Oh, that one's nice looking, whatever. But again, you know, the idiots that do wheelies, and then they fall on the wheelie. They break their neck. They've got no insurance, and they're on the public dole for 30 years because they're quadriplegic. I mean, stop. And look, here's what the cops are doing. They're looking for video because that's another thing. You break the law and you post the video. 3 words, facial recognition software. They will find you. Pete in Fairfield's with us. Hello, Pete. How are you? What's up?
Good, Paul. Good. I agree with you 100%. You know, back in the day when I was a kid, we used to ride mini bikes, but we never took them out on the street. I don't even know if they have mini bikes anymore.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So where did you ride? When you did that, Pete, where did you ride?
Well, I was at my cousin's place. He lived in Stanford.
Yeah.
And there was a school nearby, and there was just like a lot of field over by school.
Okay.
So we just drove it around there.
Yeah.
So, you know,
yeah.
Good, clean fun.
Yeah.
But one thing, not about this subject. What about something else? I'm a little confused. This penny situation that we're in now.
Yeah.
Is there any laws, rules, regulations on how you go there? All of a sudden, we got 10 billion pennies, and you go to a store and they can't make change. So what's the deal?
So what the deal is, Pete, these are what most stores are doing voluntarily. Now, I think some states are making it the law. And in fact, there's word of a federal law on this, too. Basically, the notion is if they ring you up, right, and
right. Mm-hmm.
it's 0 cents. So at the end of the price, it's 0 cents, 1, 2, 3, or 4. They're telling businesses to round it down. So instead of charging you $9.94, they're asking you, hey, run it down to $9.90. And they say because the other part of the law, if it's $9.96, 97, or 98, they're saying, or 99, round it up. So,
okay, because I just came from a store.
Yeah.
And it was $4.98. The guy said, I don't have any pennies. so he just gave me the change, but he rounded it up to $5.
Yeah.
So, I mean, well, what do you mean? First of all, I can't believe that they don't have any pennies. I think that's a bunch of BS between you and I.
All right, yeah, just
but,
between you and I.
So why can't they make, like you said, a federal regulation or some kind of rule? Because I don't think there is any.
I think
rule, at least on Connecticut.
Yeah, Pete, I think they're considering that at least in some states, including Connecticut. Yeah, it's not going to happen this time around, but I think within a year or two you're going to see that. Yeah, and there'll be a sign saying that if your purchase is, from 0 to 4 cents, we're going to round it down. And then if it's 5 to 9 cents, we're going to round it up. So you figure it'll kind of even out. Either that or they may, some retailers are saying, Pete, that they've put everything to end in either zeros or fives. You see what I'm saying? So everything's an even buck, or it's $2.25. So basically you can get by with just nickels.
Right. Yeah, but that's hard to do when you have the tax. When you have the tax involved.
Well, that's true too.
Have a cutoff, So I mean, so when this kid says, "Oh, it's $4.98," I can't say, "Well, I want a nickel." I can't say that, can I?
You can't. No.
He rounded it up.
So a lot of stores are telling their checkout people, hey, if it's $4.99, charge them $5. If it's $4.93, you make it $4.90.
I see. So what I was going to throw this kid for a loop is he rounded up to it's $4.98. I was going to give him a $20 bill and 3 cents. I'm sure he wouldn't know what the heck to do.
How old's the kid? How old was the kid, Pete? Do you have any idea? What would you guess?
Oh, high school probably. High school, probably.
Can they make change, Pete? I don't know.
No, like I said, he rounded it up. I gave him a $20 bill. He gave me 5 singles back. I mean, 3 5s back.
All right.
I was just wondering if there's any kind of rule, regulation, or so they could just do basically what the heck they want.
Yeah, and thank you, Peter. Appreciate the call. And I mean, eventually, they're hoping in 5 or 10 years, maybe quicker, there just won't be pennies in circulation anymore. There just won't be. So, but Pete's right. I mean, the pricing you could take care of, right? Honestly, everything would have to be in 0 or 5. Yeah, because if everything is 0 or 5, you don't need pennies, right? Yeah, because if you're not going anything beyond 0s or 5s, but what do you do with the tax? Do you make that? And again, I remember we used to have, now, again, we're talking prehistoric in my dad's store, we had a tax table. So what they may do is alter the taxes, I'm thinking here, and tweaking them just a skosh. Okay, it comes out to $6.70 or 75 cents. Right? Okay, then you got to go say, okay, and I remember we had the little tax card in our store. This is how much you charge in tax. Because we didn't have, electronic. Geez, we had mechanical we had a mechanical cash register, which made the most wonderful, you can't describe it. You hit the thing and the and the motor turned. It's great. I never knew what happened with that. I would love to have had that thing. I don't know. A couple of people that used to work for us in our store, I got to message them and say, hey, did you take my father's cash register? How much you want for it? All right, traffic and weather together. Let's do it now. Get it out of the way. News coming up top of the hour on WICC right here on Connecticut Today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, just extra cars through Stamford and Fairfield. Parkway overall a little bit easier, but you do have congestion delays coming off Route 7 in Norwalk. New Haven, 95 south, busy. Boats are moving through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, Pete, if you're still listening, I made a mistake here. Yes, I admit it up front because you're a friendly host here as a dummy sometimes. I mangled what the state law is on if there are no pennies. All right, here it is. This is what I got from the Connecticut. I did an AI search. It pulled this up from a Connecticut website. Now, here we go. Due to the national penny shortage, Connecticut law from the Department of Consumer Protection requires businesses that cannot make exact change to round down to the nearest 5 cents. So, this is how rounding down works. So I was wrong. I said they could round up. No, it's always got to be rounding down. Okay? So remember this, folks. And again, I'm getting this off an AI search from Google here. Rounding down. Now, according to what the Department of Consumer Protection is saying here, if the total is, say, $19.97 or $19.99, you cannot round up. You've got to round down to $19.95. A total of $1.04 has to be rounded down to $1. So I guess, and I apologize, I was wrong here. You never round up. Got that? So I guess if it's $9.96 or $97 or $98 or $99 and there's no pennies, you got to round down to $9.95. This is so confusing. Yeah, rounding down. If a total is $19.97 or, for example, $19.99, you can't round up to $20, which I get. I should have understood that. You can't say, hey, we're just going to charge you a couple of more cents here. It's got to be rounded down to $19.95. A total of $1.04 becomes $1. Consumers are encouraged to use change jars to provide exact payment. Residents can report businesses who are not doing this, who are not rounding down. Call the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection, and they can protect the consumers or consume the protection or something like that. There you go. All right. We'll all be cashless someday, too. I wonder how long that'll take. Because it's coming. I mean, and I can't tell you. I literally, I'm looking at my little pouch now that I keep all my cards in. I haven't had cash on me in about a week and a half, 2 weeks. How much cash do you keep on yourself at any one time? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, when I have any cash, geez, I don't know, maybe $5, $4 or $5. I used to actually have a dime in case years ago. Remember, Mom always used to say, keep a couple of dimes with you if you want to use a payphone. Number one, where are the pay? I actually passed a payphone the other day. There's one in the center of town in Wallingford. But would you want to pick up the thing? And I know people sometimes carry wipes for that, but how much cash you keep on?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by DEA Take Back Day.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The man accused in a Molotov cocktail attack on the home of the CEO of OpenAI opposed artificial intelligence.
Court documents allege Daniel Moreno Gama, accused of throwing the incendiary device at Sam Altman's San Francisco home, was opposed to artificial intelligence and had a list of other AI executives.
I am surprised.
Moreno Gama's neighbor in suburban Houston, Stephanie Brossovin, who said she's a little disturbed.
But I don't know that, I didn't feel that we were in any kind of danger.
Moreno Gama has been charged with possession of an unregistered firearm and damage and destruction of property by means of explosives. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
President Trump's announcement of the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz taking effect comes after talks in Pakistan ended without a deal. John Alterman with the Center for Strategic and International Studies says the U.S. should work on negotiating a deal which makes both sides happy.
Forcing the Iranians to submit means that the Iranians have a lot of tools to inflict pain on the rest of the world. We could be escalating for a while.
After lashing out at Pope Leo on social media, President Trump says he won't apologize to the leader of the worldwide Catholic Church.
No, I don't, because Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against
what I'm doing with regard to Iran.
The Pope on a tour through Africa says he will continue to spread the message of the gospel, which he says is very clear. Blessed are the peacemakers. CBS News has learned that the Department of Homeland Security has ordered thousands of furloughed employees back to work and into paid status, even as the agency remains unfunded amid an ongoing partial government shutdown. California Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell ends his run for governor after allegations of sexual misconduct by at least 4 women in recent days, and the House Ethics Committee says it is investigating him. CBS's Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill also reports.
It is by moving forward potentially with an expulsion resolution against Congressman Swalwell. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna of Florida, a Republican, has said that she intends to file an expulsion resolution against the California congressman.
The National Center for Health Statistics is out with numbers showing a continuing decrease in births in the U.S., down 1% in 2025 from a year before. But CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder points out the administration is dismantling Title X family planning programs in favor of chance pregnancies.
Researchers say the falling birth rate is not about overuse of contraception. It's about timing. People are waiting longer. They want stable jobs, affordable housing.
Stocks have closed up on Wall Street. The Dow jumped 302 points, NASDAQ up 280. This is CBS News.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
After making a complaint that he got a ticket for not putting money in a parking meter because he had a special parking pass, a Bridgeport City Council member was found to have used the pass improperly. Jorge Cruz emailed his fellow city council members, as well as the Connecticut Post, after he was ticketed at $20 for not putting money in a parking meter while parked at his workplace. Cruz argued he had his special parking pass on display, a pass which is issued to all city council members. However, City Council President Jeanette Herron said the pass is supposed to only be used for official city business. In his email, Cruz felt he was being targeted since he announced an exploratory committee to run for mayor. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. The Parkway is the way to go right now. And out of New Haven, 95 north and south, busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, 2 big hours down, 2 big hours remaining here at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Question of the day here has to do with the upcoming governor's campaign. And the state Democrats putting up a meme over the weekend I saw that say, hey, why isn't Ryan Fazio saying anything about the war in Iran? Why isn't Aaron Stewart saying anything about the war in Iran? Oh, okay. Why should we want to hear about that from somebody running for governor? Well, I approve of it or I don't approve of it. Okay, that's good. That's cute. That's nice. What are you going to do about state taxes? What are you going to do about the fact that we have no or anything even resembling a comprehensive energy policy going in? What are you going to do about education cost sharing and redoing that formula? Huh? What are you going to do? What you going to do, as they say? So I'm wondering here, is this a well, everything is calculated, actually. But is this a calculated move, say, by state Democrats saying, we're just going to make Trump, or President Trump, should be a little more respectful from that. Are we going to make President Trump the center of the governor's campaign? And is that going to work? Maybe. Now, judging by some of the responses we have in our question of the day, maybe it does work. So I asked this question at facebook.com/voice of CT. Does Donald Trump being president in the White House automatically keep you from voting for any Republicans in Connecticut's state elections in November? Are you able to say, well, I despise Trump and I would never vote for him or vote for a Republican member of Congress, but I don't like the way the Democrats are and some Republicans are running the state, so I may vote for a Republican statewide. See what I'm saying here? Ticket splitting, if you will. It's not a big deal, but apparently now we're either all on the red team or all on the blue team. Chris Williams has been looking through a good number of responses, both pro and con there. As always, he filters out the obscenities and the obscene Italian hand gestures that you can't see. And, Chris, what do we have on this?
Some of them are very wordy. Others are as simple as, are there Republicans in Connecticut, from John, and straight red in November from Brian. Buck said yes and no. I morally can't vote for a candidate or a party where cruelty is the message. The cruelty of the Dems is subtler than those of the MAGA group. They refuse to fully fund people and societal funds like public education and such programs that would not be beneficial to the big money owners. In the upcoming primary, for example, Josh Elliott would be my choice, and he thinks that you should also have him on the show, Paul.
All right.
Bill Finch said, show me a Republican who has disavowed Trump, and then I would consider voting for them. Those who don't are getting the wrath of the voters. There will be less balance between the two parties than already exists as voters lash out at the Trump party. And even as a partisan Democrat, I see danger as a result of this cowardice. No, not identifying a single Republican worth voting for keeps me from voting for them, from Jesse. And Ken said in November, vote red.
All right, we'll see. And again, come the November election and after that, and in the years to come, God willing, we're all together here for a bunch of years, I'm going to fully engage with the people who call up here and say, well, these damn taxes and these damn fees, and I'm going to ask, who'd you vote for? Well, I would never vote for a Republican. Why not? Well, because of Trump. Okay, so then you're unable, because I got to tell you something. Over the years, if you look, there are a lot of scummy Republicans and there are a lot of scummy Democrats, too. I mean, for example, what's going on right now? Because of apparently Eric Swalwell and the horrible thing with Swalwell now is they're saying all over the weekend, well, everybody knew about it. Okay, so it would be equally dumb for people to say, well, I'm never going to vote for a Democrat again. Well, why not? Well, look at Swalwell. And they never did anything about him. Well, okay, but what if a Democrat has a really good idea that affects your life or the lives of those around you? You're not going to do that because, admittedly, maybe Eric Swalwell was, and again, allegedly, we got to be careful here, but allegedly a real dirtbag. This all or nothing mentality we have here is killing us. I'm telling you, it's killing us. So it's going to be interesting. I look, and it's early. It isn't even nominating convention time yet. That's coming in about a month, May the 16th, I think. Both major parties have their nominating conventions on the same day. That's to make sure that one party doesn't get more buzz than the other. I think the Dems are at the Bushnell, and I think the Republicans are at Mohegan Sun. So we'll see what happens. But again, a pox on both sides. If you won't vote for a good, clear-thinking, somebody with new and bright and fresh ideas who happens to be a Republican because of Trump, versus somebody who won't, vote for new and fresh and bright ideas for, maybe a younger Democrat that's being fought now on the Democratic side because of, Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, or what may have happened with Clinton and Epstein. You've got to learn to compartmentalize here. You have to. That's the problem. We don't compartmentalize anymore in politics. It's Red Sox versus Yankees. It's Patriots versus Jets. It's Knicks, Celtics. It's, Rangers, Islanders. It's just, man. It's just, oh, man. So we shall see. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Bob in Weston is here at the 1:15. Hey, Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Paul, good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Paul, can we get in the time machine and go back to 1979 in Iran, what they did to our people?
Yeah.
And these are the same mullahs and the rest of them with their Shia law, with all the BNS that they did then, they want to do now. And now we have the Democrats all clamoring like, oh, the Iranians are wonderful. I mean, what's going on, Paul? Am I losing it? Or
well, no, Bob, I don't think you're losing it. Thanks for calling. Here's what's going on. And I was talking about this with a couple of people. Thank you, Bob. I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to get to this. We've heard for years and decades. Oh, we hope there will be positive. Oh, the people of Cuba. Oh, they yearn to breathe free. Oh, the people of Iran under the boot of the mullahs since 79 in Sharia law. Oh, what a wonderfully creative, and they are, young population who used to refer to them as Persians and who are bravely proud of what they do. Oh, someday there will be change. No, there won't be. Unless you hit these mullahs over the head with an idiot stick times 1,000, it's never going to change. And listen, you can argue that war is bad. It could have been done the other way. Look, Donald Trump or whomever, the military, they're not going after the little sisters of the poor. These are the same people, this is the same government that killed, the estimates are 20 to 40,000 of their own people. Weeks ago or months ago, there's rumors that 20 or 30,000 are also still in jails, hidden somewhere. What, you know what society does that? A society of animals. I shouldn't even say animals. Animals don't do that to their own. So, cry me some tears, please. Don't cry me some tears, I should say, for this warped ideology that governs Iran, that was a vibrant society before 79. Yes, I know we effed around there, too, with the Shah and everything. I get it. I understand it. But what do you think people would want more? If given the choice right now, this or to go back to life under the Shah, which obviously was not all well and good for some people. I get it. I understand it. There was oil involved. I get that. But you had 20 to 40,000 people killed. Where's the Free Palestine crowd on this? Where are they? Where's that professional anti-Semite and bigot Mahmoud Khalil? Where's he? Looks like he's finally going to get the boot good. You're not here to study anything. Get out of here. You're here to be a professional freaking anti-Semite. But my God, look, you can be anti-war, anti-Trump, whatever, but at the same time, you can't say this is a bad thing or it's not going to turn out well, and in the same breath say, yes, but we have to support the Iranians. We had 2 or 3 times this happened, at least once or twice under Mr. Obama, I think, and once or twice under Mr. Biden. And you know what we did? Squat. Is this the best way to do it? Hell, I don't know. I have no idea. But you know what? Trump, for all his faults, he doesn't engage in the, and you can despise the guy, and there are times he does stuff, and I go, oh, come on, please, stop. This is not any good. Stop acting so juvenile. But he also shows, honestly, seriously, he also shows, from time to time, when you can stand what he does, he also shows how really feckless and full of crap the political class is in D.C. Now, again, I would much prefer a scalpel rather than a sledgehammer, but we all know what his propensity is for that.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go: Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go: Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Connecticut, your neighbors are choosing Medi Weight Loss for real medical support close to home. With convenient local locations, their experienced providers see you in person and design a custom plan that fits your life, including nutrition, coaching, and prescription options when medically appropriate. They've lowered their pricing to help more people in our community get started. And your first month of GLP-1 medication is now available for as low as $99. Local care, trusted providers, real results. Find your nearest Connecticut Medi Weight Loss at mediweightloss.com.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. And nonprofits, please join us on Thursday, April 30th from 8 to 10 a.m. at our host, Connoisseur Media in Milford, for a free event, Stronger Together, a nonprofit resource open house. Register at brbc.org or milfordct.com. Shopping Anyway, because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. The Parkway is the way to go right now. And out of New Haven, 95 north and south, busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut's radio leader for 100 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And please, there's nothing funny about this Eric Swalwell deal when you're dealing about sexual assault and everything. But what I do find somewhat humorous is now everybody say, well, you know, these allegations about Swalwell were around for years. Yeah, and you all did nothing about it because you protect your own on both sides of the aisle. I'm telling you, whether it's this or the Epstein files or whatever, I've been telling you since day one, they handle this stuff like our trained crews handle uranium or nuclear weapons. Don't be careful, because if you spill this, we're going to have to come in and clean it up. Well, we want all the Epstein files released, except for the ones that need redactions, because we're going to shield the victims. Well, okay, but along with shielding the victims, when you don't do that, you shield the perpetrators sometimes as well. I understand. There are women and maybe some boys, you never know, who don't want to relive this. I get this. But all this stuff over the weekend, it was known there were rumblings about Swalwell for years. Well, somebody should have said something. I'm sorry. Well, that's not easy, Paul. No, the right things in life usually aren't easy. So the thing now is he going to try and avoid an official censure and avoid getting booted out of Congress. I don't know. Grab the popcorn for this. But I'm sitting there just shaking my head with a sarcastic laugh. Everybody, they all knew. Oh, they all knew. Yeah, but you said nothing. You know what they all knew was, I knew there were rumblings about it. Yes, Mr. Pilot, Pontius Pilate, line 1, Pontius Pilate, line 1. Remember this, too? Remember, what was her name? Christina Fang. Remember this? At the start of 2023, then Speaker Kevin McCarthy, remember him, Republican California, blocked Eric Swalwell from serving on the House Intelligence Committee, citing his ties to a campaign volunteer in 2014 who, it turns out, was, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a Chinese spy. Remember this? Christina Fang. Yes, she certainly did. That year, the House Ethics Committee took no action against Swalwell after a 2-year investigation into the matter. Swalwell cut ties with Fang in 2015 after the FBI gave him what's known as a defensive briefing that she was working for Beijing. What's a defensive briefing? That's political speak for, what in the hell are you doing? Oh, what's the matter? Read this. A defensive briefing that she was working for Beijing and targeting several local rising politicians in the San Francisco Bay Area. Good Lord, Congressman, the honeypot. It's been done since World War I, for God's sake. Swalwell has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing in the Fang affair and said he assisted the FBI in the investigation. But he's asking the FBI, please don't release those files. I thought you did nothing wrong, Congressman. No. They all protect their own. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. The Parkway is the way to go right now. And out of New Haven, 95 north and south, busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
You can travel the country visiting colleges, or you can attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. The largest college and career fair in Connecticut is Wednesday, April 22nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. What's your next step after high school? Attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair on April 22nd. It's free and open to all high school students and families. Presented by Chesla, Bigelow Tea, and Connoisseur Media. ctcollegefair.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
News brief. The House Ethics Committee is investigating Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell a day after he ended his run for California governor. And CBS News Los Angeles' Christine Lazar reports.
A former staffer accused Swalwell of raping her twice. 3 other women accused him of sexual misconduct, including sending them nude photos.
Efforts are underway to resume the U.S. and Iran peace talks. CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb in Pakistan.
A senior Pakistani government official has confirmed to CBS News that intense efforts are underway here in Islamabad to try to get the U.S. and Iran back to the negotiating table.
Pope Leo blasts violations of international law by neo-colonial world powers during a speech in Algeria, and hours after President Trump's criticism of the Pope, who has emerged as an outspoken critic of the war with Iran.
The true struggle for liberation will be definitely won only when peace in our hearts has finally been achieved.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials, including Attorney General William Tong, are calling for the release of a 19-year-old Cheshire High School student with no criminal record who has been detained by ICE since last Monday.
And the reason why it's hard to fathom is because I have a high school senior. And how would she react? How would any of us have reacted when we were high school seniors if 4 cars showed up and jumped us in Cheshire on a neighborhood street? It just underscores how wrong this is.
The student is the son of an Afghan man who worked as a translator for American troops in Afghanistan. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal's office says the translator entered the U.S. legally with his 5 children after he was threatened by the Taliban. Cheshire Superintendent of Schools Jeff Solon said that he is, quote, heartbroken as a superintendent and disgusted as an American. The price of gas in Connecticut, which has risen rapidly since the start of the war in Iran, is unchanged from a week ago. The average price for a gallon of regular is $4.08. AAA reported the current national average is $4.12. Over 100 dirt bikes and ATVs took over the streets in Trumbull on Sunday. Police said the takeover happened around 5:15 p.m., starting on Route 127 and working towards Old Town Road and Main Street. At times, the convoy occupied both directions of traffic. The side mirror of a police vehicle was broken, and one ATV was seized after it became disabled during the event. Officers are working to identify the riders involved. The warning period from bus-mounted cameras in New Haven is ending today. The cameras have been sending warnings to offenders who pass buses since January. Now, offenders caught on camera will be issued $250 tickets instead of warnings. The footage will be reviewed by officers before tickets get sent in the mail. Since the warning period began, officers have reviewed 700 videos and sent more than 300 warnings. As the tax deadline approaches, the State Department of Consumer Protection is warning residents of potential scams. Officials say there's been an uptick in reports of scam calls, with those scammers typically claiming to be the IRS and saying that you owe money or that there's a problem with your account. If you receive such a call, you are advised to hang up immediately. This follows a warning from the DMV last week about fraudulent texts regarding past due tolls. The Better Business Bureau has reported an uptick in overall scams in 2026. Motorists are urged to avoid the area of Merritt Street in Bridgeport as a gas line ruptured this morning. According to a release from Shauna White, the public information officer for the Bridgeport Office of Emergency Management, the gas line was ruptured in the 800 block of Merritt Street this morning. Work to repair it is ongoing. Hamden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott, who is a declared Democratic candidate for governor, says being overlooked has been a motivation in his campaign. He is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont in this year's Democratic primary. Elliott says he has been driving to multiple town committee meetings per day to try to legitimize his candidacy and make up ground on Lamont.
People want to know what their choices are. And so if you don't give somebody the chance to speak and you don't give people the opportunity to see what the potential is out there, the body ends up rejecting that decision.
He says Lamont's campaign is now, quote, chasing their tails. Elliott says he's confident he can win 15% of the delegate vote to qualify for the primary, but he will end his campaign if he can't qualify for public financing by the end of the month. The governor's office has announced that as of today, Governor Ned Lamont's communications director, Rob Blanchard, has transitioned out of his role, and Catherine Volman has begun serving in the position. Blanchard, a Democrat, has recently announced his intention to run for the state Senate in the 28th District following the news that current Senator, Fairfield Republican Tony Wong, will be retiring at the end of his current term.
I'll be retiring from the Connecticut State Senate, which I've had the privilege to represent for the past 11 and a half years. But it's a decision that reflects gratitude.
The Bridgeport Islanders held their last regular season game in the city last night. The AHL affiliate team for the New York Islanders is moving to Hamilton, Ontario, Canada next season after 25 seasons in the Park City. The team defeated the Hartford Wolfpack last night 4-1, clinching a spot in the playoffs. So the team will still have a couple opportunities for fans to catch games at the Total Mortgage Arena. And an article in Hearst Media says a Connecticut city has been named to a list of the top 100 best places to live in the U.S. Danbury was the only Connecticut city to land on the list, earning a, quote, live score of 700 from Livability and ranking at number 51 on the list. The Fairfield County city was named to the list for being, quote, home to a charming downtown, excellent schools, an arts community, and its proximity to New York City. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 45 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound. Heavy congestion delays in Norwalk and in Fairfield out of New Haven. 95 south. Busy but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Speaking of things that will never change as to how Congress comports itself, I don't know if you caught this. This was from, I think, Friday. 3 days ago. It was on Friday, Saturday. Either Friday or Saturday. Did you see this? Ethan Fry's story in the Connecticut Post. Now, I talk about this. Melissa talks about this. Lisa talks about this from a legal point of view. Our pal, Chris Caruso talks about this from a Bridgeport point of view. That you've got to send more of a message about the absentee ballot mess. Or it's never going to, it's just, I don't know how you end it. If slaps on the wrist or the wrists from a legal point of view, if that's all you're going to do, then there ain't a whole lot that's going to change. Did you see this? And again, I'm not in the courtroom. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a judge. But again, people have their own, to certain people, perception is reality. What we perceive, even when given facts in the case, is often overriding of those facts, and you throw your arms up again. Ex-Bridgeport City Council member accused of absentee ballot fraud is seeking special probation. A former Bridgeport City Council member accused of absentee ballot fraud, who last year rejected a plea deal, has now applied for a form of probation that could see her record cleared if granted. I always laugh at, not necessarily in this case, but the clearing of a record, especially somebody who did something wrong. Well, it never happened. It's not on my record. But wait a minute. I'm not talking about this case. Well, if you just agree to this, then it'll be off your record. No, you're erasing history. That's what Russia used to do. You became a non-person in the world of Stalin. The defendant, Jasmarie Melendez, faces 6 counts of misrepresenting absentee voting requirements. Each a Class D felony. These are not misdemeanors now. And again, I'm not in the courtroom. I'm not any party to the case surrounding Ms. Melendez. Each a Class D felony, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. According to an arrest warrant affidavit, Ms. Melendez filled out absentee ballot requests for several voters in 2023 while canvassing with fellow council member Maria Pereira, and had voters sign the applications without adequately explaining the rules and procedures as required by state law. Melendez appeared. She appeared before Judge Shari A. Murphy, the Bridgeport Judicial Courthouse, this past Friday, where she formally applied for the probation program called Accelerated Rehab, which gives first-time defendants accused of nonviolent offenses the chance to have the charges dismissed if they stay out of trouble for 2 years. It is unclear whether prosecutors will object to the Melendez application, which the judge is expected to rule on after her eligibility to participate is officially determined. Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney Amy Bepko said during the appearance on Friday, quote, "The state will reserve its comments for the second stage." The voters for whom Melendez allegedly filled out absentee ballot requests improperly will also be notified of her next court date, which the judge said was May 7th, coming up at 2 p.m. Again, I don't particularly care about this case. I know there's several cases still out there. The feds are involved. The State Election Enforcement Commission is involved. But again, and look, I'm not looking to dump her in jail and throw away the key. I don't listen. We have violent criminals out there, gangbangers, thugs, rapists of all stripe out there that should be behind bars. I get it. But again, if the perception of this in the end is, accelerated, it's going to be all for... What do you think people are going to think? You know what they're going to do? They're going to throw their arms up in the air and say, only in Bridgeport. They say, yeah, Bridgeport, whatever. And remember, in a few years, we are going to no excuse absentee ballots, which in effect is going to be mail-in voting for the entire state. Have states done mail-in voting? Are they doing it successfully now? Yes. 4 or 5 states are. But they take a very deliberative action toward that. And you have got to believe, I'm sorry, I'm not going to think that there aren't people out there, as they say, licking their chops at the fact that we're going to mail-in voting, and probably because every time you bring something up in Hartford, what do you hear from the Democrats? We don't want to disenfranchise voters. It's not hard to vote. It's been happening in this country for 200 and something years. It's not hard to vote. We never see a news conference with, an innocent prospective voter or voters standing up there with legal counsel saying, I was prevented from voting. Why? Because it doesn't happen. But I'm already reading stories. Well, when we set this up, here comes the D word. No, not that D word. Get your mind out of the gutter. No, we don't want to disenfranchise the voters. Oh, my God, if I hear that word one more time. Oof. So there you go. Ex-Bridgeport City Council member accused of absentee ballot fraud. It's like a way of life here. Seeks special probation, which, okay, probation is fine. Again, certain things, paperwork, crimes, whatever. Maybe you don't want to throw somebody in jail. Okay, that's fine. But clearing her record, no, I don't care who it is. This notion we have to get rid of history. So wait, you want, in a plea bargain, you want probation. So what? You'll serve probation on a crime that didn't happen? If I did something, I would own up to it for the rest of my freaking life. Yes, I did something. I was punished for it. I got probation. But I'm proud enough to say, wait a minute, no. You don't have to tell anybody it didn't happen, because it did.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrantoloLaw.com. That's TrantoloLaw.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for a specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FAME25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It appeared it was going to be a down day on Wall Street, but stocks rallied back. In fact, the S&P 500 has wiped out all of its war losses so far, and the Nasdaq rebounded sharply as there are published reports suggesting that the U.S. and Iran could be heading back to the negotiating table as early as Thursday, even as President Trump imposed a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. The Dow rallied from a deficit to end with a 301-point gain to 48,218. S&P up 69 to 6886. The Nasdaq surging 280 points on 1.25% to 23,183. Oil closed well off its highs, up only $1.19 after being up 8 in the morning, ending at 97.76. Brent crude in London closed lower on the day. 10-year note yields dipped to 4.29%, and the dollar weakened as we look forward now to further potential negotiations later this week, but also a key wholesale inflation report is due out tomorrow morning. So still a lot of moving parts. Earnings season is starting, but all eyes really on the war.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 45 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound. Heavy congestion delays in Norwalk and in Fairfield out of New Haven. 95 south. Busy but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And folks, listen, it's not that I don't want ease in voting. I don't want more people participating in the process or whatever. No, that's not my point. But my point is, let's be honest about it. And I know what people are going to say, because we always get this nationally, we get this locally or whatever. Well, there's no perfect elections, and maybe they're not. I mean, I understand that. I get that. When you have hundreds or thousands or tens or hundreds of thousands of votes cast, whatever, I get that. I understand that. But election, as bifurcated and bipolar as we get in this country, and we are hard one side or hard the other in certain districts, the relative power or the potency of one or two votes just grows. I mean, in look how close, for example, either coming up in November, or go back and go to the great God Wikipedia, or use AI, use Grok or something. Take a look, and not just here in Connecticut, but around the country. How many elections, whether they're state-level lawmakers or even on the federal level, are, decided by a couple of hundred votes? Or we've had, heck, back, again, the 2nd District about 15 or 20 years ago, they had an election there decided by 12 votes or 20 votes or something like that. You don't think there were 12 or 20 illegally cast votes in that election? Of course there were. Did it change the election? Probably, but who knows? But again, when you look at this situation, the one thing that just drives me crazy is making it like we're still in the middle of Jim Crow 1.0, and then you have the usual suspects, including Al, where's Tawana Brawley Sharpton, talking about, well, this is Jim Crow 2.0. Oh, stop it. Come on. Just stop. Well, a lot of people don't have their birth certificate. Okay, I understand that. I mean, these laws are not going to kick in right away. They'll start in 3 or 4 years. Whatever. So we'll see how that washes out, because again, it's going to come here in Connecticut. I warned you folks against voting for this, because you've approved de facto mail-in voting. Now again, they're not calling it mail-in voting because technically that's not what it is. It's no excuse absentees, but I'm reading where there's already pushback on signature verification and the double envelopes, and we haven't even started on this with any amount of seriousness. And please, stow the disenfranchised. Nobody is disenfranchised. Having to prove who you are is not disenfranchising yourself. If you go to the bank and they ask for an ID, can you, at the bank where you're getting, I went to order some checks the other day, whatever, I was passing by, I said, oh yeah, I'm out of checks, I better go order some right now. First thing they did, can I see your ID? Now they know me. I've been going to that bank for 25, 30 years. But I still had to give my ID. Again, even 75% of African-American voters, or 70 or 80% of minority voters in this country say, yeah, ID to vote. Or maybe to at least to register. But this whole that kept me from voting. And I will simply, for those of you that are yelling at me and screaming at me right now, I will ask you a simple question. When was the last time, if ever, on this radio station, on the other stations around the state, in Hearst, in the Hartford Courant, in News 12, in Channel 3, in Channel 8, Channel 30, or Fox 61, when have you ever seen any coverage of any story from any voter or any groups of voters who claim they had a news conference up there and there's all the microphones on the podium? I was disenfranchised to vote or when I tried to vote. You never see it because it doesn't exist. If it existed to any great extent, you would, and I would agree, if you had people or groups of people prevented from voting, they should scream to the high heavens or from the high heavens or whatever heavens we have here. Well, the whole notion of this thing is mind-boggling, and they're already starting. And you have the funny business that, again, embarrasses 99.99% of the good people in Bridgeport, and now we're going to do it again on a statewide basis. Mind-numbing. Mind-numbing. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 45 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway northbound. Heavy congestion delays in the North and in Fairfield out of New Haven. 95 south. Busy but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Annie C. Foundation supports and educates the community about children in Connecticut foster care. We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
Learn more about the Annie C. Foundation and take the first step to becoming a licensed foster family. Visit anniec.org. That's ANNIE, the letter C.org.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, our question of the day is still up there, facebook.com/WICC 600. We'll go over the answers. Toot sweet, as they say, coming up again, and we'll talk about that. Does Donald Trump being in the White House, in the Oval Office, does that automatically keep you from voting for any Republicans in state elections coming up in November? And the reason I put that there is then if you believe that, if you say, well, heck, I can't vote for a Republican because Trump's in the White House, then you don't care about the future of the state. I'm sorry, you don't. And I'm not saying in the end you have to vote for a Republican. That's no. That's not what I'm saying. But if you automatically say, for whatever reason, I would never vote for Aaron Stewart, Ryan Fazio, or Betsy McCoy because of Donald Trump, you need help. I'm sorry, you do. In a loving way. You know what I mean. Again, if you want to vote for the same people that won't lower taxes, for the same people that won't lower electric bills, go have at it.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump says he won't apologize for criticizing Pope Leo after the pontiff called for an end to violence in the Iran war.
We believe strongly in law and order, and he seemed to have a problem with that, so there's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong.
Pope Leo says he has no fear of the Trump administration. CBS's Chris Livesay is traveling with the pontiff in Africa.
What we're seeing now, frankly, the posts that
President Trump put on Truth Social last night. According to one papal expert that I spoke to, never in the history of U.S.-Vatican relations have we seen a clash with this much vitriol and one that's this public.
President Trump says talks with Iran are not quite over, but still a U.S. naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is officially underway. CBS's Natalie Brand.
With a U.S. military blockade on Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz, maritime data indicated at least 2 tankers were turned away from the key waterway Monday.
Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way.
Iranian state TV showed U.S. Navy destroyers being monitored near the strait.
FBI agents are searching the Spring, Texas home of a man suspected of throwing a Molotov cocktail at OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's San Francisco home. Court documents say Daniel Moreno Gamo was opposed to artificial intelligence and had a list of other AI tech executives. The race for California's next governor has been turned upside down as Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell drops out following allegations of sexual assault by a former staffer and 3 other women. KCBS's Matt Bigler has more from Swalwell's Bay Area constituents.
In just 72 hours, Congressman Swalwell went from vehemently denying multiple sexual assault allegations to suspending his campaign for governor.
I'm just sort of shocked.
Ryan Brown in Castro Valley is glad that Swalwell's alleged victims are being believed.
You can't really have all these people come up and be like, it's definitely a conspiracy to get him out of office.
Swalwell says he will continue to fight the serious false allegations that have been made. Matt Bigler for CBS News, Castro Valley, California.
The House Ethics Committee is investigating Swalwell. The husband of the Michigan woman who disappeared in the Bahamas over a week ago remains in police custody with a deadline to charge or release him set for this evening. Brian Hooker claims his wife, Lynette, was swept out to sea after falling overboard during a nighttime boat ride. His attorney says her client is innocent.
He definitely denies causing her death, and he's still asking about her and is hopeful that she will be recovered.
This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Over 100 dirt bikes and ATVs took over the streets in Trumbull on Sunday. Police said the takeover happened around 5:15 p.m., starting on Route 127 and working towards Old Town Road and Main Street. At times, the convoy occupied both directions of traffic. The side mirror of a police vehicle was broken, and one ATV was seized after it became disabled during the event. Officers are working to identify the riders involved. And the Bridgeport Islanders held their last regular season game in the city last night. The AHL affiliate team for the New York Islanders is moving to Hamilton, Ontario, Canada next season after 25 seasons in the Park City. The team defeated the Hartford Wolfpack last night 4-1, clinching a spot in the playoffs, so the team will still have a couple opportunities for fans to catch games at the Total Mortgage Arena. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, about 45 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. That's been the going rate most of the afternoon. The Parkway northbound, heavy congestion in Norwalk and Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south. You're jamming now through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic reports powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, how are you? How you doing? Great to have you with us. If this is the first hour you're catching today, maybe you did that 5 o'clock whistle, 5 o'clock bell, whatever, and you're out. Thanks. Good to have you with us. Paul Piselli here, along with Chris Williams on the side of the glass doing the hard stuff. I just sit here and flap my gums for 4 hours a day, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6, right here at WICC. It is Connecticut Today. Lead question that I posted today, and it is still on Facebook. We're getting a lot of responses to this, which is great. Does Donald Trump being president, does that, now you may love him or hate him or whatever, but if you don't like Trump, does that automatically, I mean, and I know some people like this, even if it costs them money out of their pocket. And good, and if that's where your morals are, God bless you. If you stick by your moral, I actually respect you more in some ways if you adhere to this. But because Mr. Trump is in the White House, does that or would that automatically keep you from voting for any Republican here in the Connecticut elections? So, for example, if you normally don't like Republicans, maybe you're an left-leaning independent or a registered Democrat, right? Whatever. But maybe you're not thrilled with a third term with Governor Lamont, whatever, and you listen to Ryan Fazio, or you listen to Betsy McCoy even, I don't think she has a chance, but all respect to her, or you listen to Aaron Stewart, and you say, hey, there's a woman there. I believe she's pro-choice. She believes in doing a little spending. She was the mayor of a blue city for multiple terms. You know, people like her. Maybe I'll give her a shot. Now, would you say to some extent, yeah, I think Aaron Stewart's pretty smart, but no way, I can't do it because of Trump. So you would be able and be unable, I should say, in my thinking here, and I'm not always right, but you would be unable to compartmentalize. In other words, you want to punish every other Republican candidate because of Donald Trump. Okay. Is that smart? No, honestly, is that smart? Especially when we're coming to a generational crossroads here in this state. Listen, no offense to Governor Lamont, I hope to be alive at his age. He's, 72, 73? He wants, or 70, I don't know. I don't want to cheat the governor some years. But he wants to do this again. God bless him. But if you looked at a visual, Ned Lamont v. Aaron Stewart in a debate, or Ned Lamont v. Ryan Fazio in a debate, and the visual said, Yeah, love Ned. He looks like he's in good shape, but man, look at the generational contrast. Is there a little voice in your head that says, don't do it? Well, why not, Mr. Voice? Trump. See what I'm asking you here? Because I know people, and I've chatted with them online. I know them personally, and they say, hey, can't do it. Sorry. What do you mean he can't do it? Even if Aaron Stewart has ideas you'd like, and even if Ryan Fazio was good on policy and electric bills and all that, and I know people that I love and respect who said, yep, can't do it. Why? Because of Trump. Okay. It's interesting. I think I told you this. Went to a time management seminar years ago. I think it was at the old Trumbull Marriott, I believe. Might have been at the old Waterbury Sheraton. I forgot what it was. But guy who gave the seminar, I remember him saying, how you go to these seminars and everything is very nice. Your bosses send you there. And you sit there, and some of it's boring, and some of it's good, and it's some meds, 50-50, what are they serving lunch, whatever. And you take from those seminars one or two little nuggets that always stick with you. And I remember this gentleman saying, be careful of anger, not necessarily family anger, but anger in the workplace. He says, you know why? He says, look, I know it's easier to be, PO'd at somebody, but understand, he said, he or she, by you being consistently angry at them and them laughing, they're controlling you. So has the anger at Donald Trump, is it at a level now where some voters in Connecticut won't even consider a Republican candidate when you've got a majority party in power for decades in Hartford? And God bless them, they win the elections, I'm not saying. But again, I ask you, seriously, in all of that, what really has gotten better? Are we a forward-thinking state? Or are we just, as I like to say, a big old honking extra-large can of Flex Seal? Tss, tss, tss. Hey, we sealed another leak in the boat at 2 a.m, as you're sitting there, bleary-eyed going, huh? Why am I watching this guy? All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Guess what's coming? Even more traffic cameras. Yes, I know, whatever. Folks, I'm telling you, this is not slowing down. We'll tell you where the latest cameras are coming up as we continue right here on WICC.
With everything that's happening around Connecticut, we know you have more to say than ever before. That's why our phone lines are always open at 203-333-WICC. Talk to your local leaders directly or tell us what's happening in your neighborhood. 203-333-WICC. From Alyssa in the Morning to the Lisa Wexler Show to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. It's always 203-333-WICC. And have your voice on the Voice of Connecticut.
We had a harsh, long, cold winter, and with spring finally here, K&J Tree Service would love to come out and do a free tree risk assessment, and I had this done at my house last year, and I'm so grateful for that. They will actually check the health of your trees and then give you recommendations on work to be done. We didn't actually have to remove any trees from our property, but tree trimming and limb removal, that was essential to make sure that our trees were in good shape. At K&J Tree Service, they are also offering special discounts to my listeners, including $250 off of jobs that are $2,500 or more, $500 off of jobs that are $5,000 or more. Is your yard ready for spring after this terrible winter? At K&J Tree Service, they care for your trees like your family. Schedule a free tree health assessment today and let the experts ensure that your trees are going to thrive in these warmer months ahead. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free evaluation. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, The Hartford clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Erin Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Erin4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Erin for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the 3rd best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, about 45 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. That's been the going rate most of the afternoon. The Parkway northbound, heavy congestion in Norwalk and Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south. You're jamming now through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic reports powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stratford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Open phones the rest of the way. You can give us a call or send us a message. You know the number. Same thing either way to 03333 9422 333 WICC. Couple of towns have been approved. Yeah, the application process is done. So 2 more municipalities are getting automated traffic enforcement cameras. One kind of near us here at WICC. The one is further away. The further away one, Wascally Wabbit. Town of Winchester, along with the town of Prospect. So there you go. Learn if you're driving through Winchester or Prospect, figure out where the brake pedal is. I'm just telling you, I know people get mad and angry. I get blowback online. Oh, you're jackbooted thug, big government. Hey, you know what? Listen, if people didn't drive like a-holes, we wouldn't need this. Why do you think we need this? Because people drive like jerks. It's a simple question. Why do you need bug spray? You got bugs. Why do you need a mousetrap? You got mice. Why do you need a roach trap? You got roaches. Prospect and Winchester join 11 other municipalities. Beacon Falls, Fairfield, Greenwich, Marlborough, Middletown, Milford, Nehaven, Stratford, Stammerworth, Weathersfield, and the town of Washington. Waiting for approval, Hartford, West Hartford, and Hamden. Okay, now, I'm going to tell you where the cameras are. So what's Paulie's little, as the great John McLaughlin used to say, issue 1. What is issue 1 to not being nailed with an automated speed camera? Don't speed where the cameras are. I know that stuff. Yeah. If you are familiar with the town of Prospect, okay? If you're familiar with Prospect, there will be 3 cameras being put up. One is on Route 69 south of Oak Lane. That's a major route through Prospect. I like driving 69. It's good. Twisty, turny, all those roads, 67, 69. All the way to and through from New Haven out to Prospect of the Valley there. Okay, so one camera is going to be on Route 69 south of Oak Lane. Camera number 2 is going to be on Route 69 north of Talmadge Hill Road and Route 68. Also known as Cheshire Road west of Matthews Street. So again, 2 of them are on Route 69. One camera is going to be just south of Oak Lane. One camera is going to be north of Talmadge Hill Road and one on Route 68. I'm on 68 all the time in Wally World. Into Cheshire. Route 68, which is Cheshire Road, west of Matthews Street. Why do they want cameras there? You may say, well, it's just a money grab. Well, they reported, and this was good enough for the state, I guess. They reported, Prospect did, which of course is kind of nestled between Waterbury and Cheshire. They reported 4 fatal accidents between the years 2016 and 2018. The 3 specific locales were selected due to ongoing safety concerns. So there you go. All right. These things are not, and I'm not saying you have to be in favor of them or not in favor of them. I'm just telling you for a heads up. And a lot of times it's tough for us we are creatures of habit, right? Think of how little our routes change. In fact, I was thinking about this the other day because I was really bored. But think about in your own relative neighborhood around where you live, a mile and a half, whatever, even a half mile. Think about the amount of streets, roads, avenues, boulevards, whatever suffix you want to use, that you never drive on. Like you pass them every day. And you may say, well, Paul, what's the reason? I don't have to go there. I get it. I understand it. But now with these traffic cameras, which is not going to be too happy with people who are going to get the overflow, you're going to see people. I don't know. I don't care what, municipality you live in, but especially if you want to avoid the school zones, you're going to have to know a little bit better where those alternates are. So again, 2 new towns, as we mentioned, Winchester and Prospect. Prospect will be Route 69 south of Oak Lane, Route 69 north of Talmadge Hill Road, and Route 68 known as Cheshire Road west of Matthew Street. All right, and this comes now. I think Chris had this in his news. The city of New Haven says, Chris, did I get that right? Yeah, the warnings are done for passing school buses. So don't be a stunad. Don't be a chooch. Try not, if you're not a stunad or a chooch, you shouldn't be a gabon. Don't pass. They're going to make bank on this because of how many people pass school buses. They just are. Now, is there an appeal process? Yeah, you may say. I'm sure there'll be appeals. Well, the gate wasn't fully out. The lights aren't on. And there's an appeal process. And all these cities and towns are saying, hey, these are all going to be, I guess part of the law is the radar can, or the remote camera can get the image, but they have to be approved by a uniformed officer or somebody in the department. And obviously in red lights and stop lights, and, there are little things they're going to look for too, But, cha-ching. Hey, it's only cha-ching if you don't slow down. If you're upset, if you're PO'd at your city or town, again, leave a little sticky note in the car, or make sure your Waze or your Google Maps or whatever are turned on all the time, because there is supposed to be a warning on them. Their newfangled things as well. All right, news coming up, traffic and weather together, all that right here. Can you believe it? WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north, about 45 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. That's been the going rate most of the afternoon. The Parkway northbound, heavy congestion in Norwalk and Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south. You're jamming now through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it with lasting protection backed by a 50-year warranty. And right now, you could get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years because we put our customers first. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The FBI raids the Texas home of a suspect accused of throwing a Molotov cocktail at OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's home in San Francisco. Daniel Moreno Gamma is facing federal explosives charges. A neighbor saying,
"Well, I'm a little disturbed, but I don't know that. I didn't feel that we were in any kind of
danger.
Underway is a U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports and the Strait of Hormuz. CBS's Eleanor Watson.
One tanker, according to our confirmed unit, had a destination of China, and it turned around 20 minutes after the blockade went into effect.
Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell of California is being investigated by the House Ethics Committee amid sexual assault allegations after suspending his campaign for governor. CBS LA's Christine Lazar.
The congressman posted on X saying, quote, "I am deeply sorry for mistakes in judgment I've made in the past. I will fight these serious false allegations that have been made."
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Motorists are urged to avoid the area of Merritt Street in Bridgeport as a gas line ruptured this morning. According to a release from Shauna White, the public information officer for the Bridgeport Office of Emergency Management, the gas line was ruptured in the 800 block of Merritt Street this morning. Work to repair it is ongoing. After making a complaint that he got a ticket for not putting money in a parking meter because he had a special parking pass, a Bridgeport City Council member was found to have used the pass improperly. Jorge Cruz emailed his fellow city council members as well as the Connecticut Post after he was ticketed $20 for not putting money in a parking meter while parked at his workplace. Cruz argued he had his special parking pass on display, a pass which is issued to all city council members. However, City Council President Jeanette Herron said the pass is supposed to only be used for official city business. In his email, Cruz felt he was being targeted since he announced an exploratory committee to run for mayor. The price of gas in Connecticut, which has risen rapidly since the start of the war in Iran, is unchanged from a week ago. The average price for a gallon of regular is $4.08. AAA reported the current national average is $4.12. State officials, including Attorney General William Tong, are calling for the release of a 19-year-old Cheshire High School student with no criminal record who has been detained by ICE since last Monday.
And the reason why it's hard to fathom is because I have a high school senior. And how would she react? How would any of us have reacted when we were high school seniors if 4 cars showed up and jumped us in Cheshire on a neighborhood street? It just underscores how wrong this is.
The student is the son of an Afghan man who worked as a translator for American troops in Afghanistan. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal's office says the translator entered the U.S. legally with his 5 children after he was threatened by the Taliban. Cheshire Superintendent of Schools Jeff Solon said that he is, quote, heartbroken as a superintendent and disgusted as an American. As the tax deadline approaches, the State Department of Consumer Protection is warning residents of potential scams. Officials say there's been an uptick in reports of scam calls, with those scammers typically claiming to be the IRS and saying that you owe money or that there's a problem with your account. If you receive such a call, you are advised to hang up immediately. This follows a warning from the DMV last week about fraudulent texts regarding past due tolls. The Better Business Bureau has reported an uptick in overall scams in 2026. Hamden Democratic State Representative Josh Elliott, who is a declared Democratic candidate for governor, says being overlooked has been a motivation in his campaign. He is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont in this year's Democratic primary. Elliott says he has been driving to multiple town committee meetings per day to try to legitimize his candidacy and make up ground on Lamont.
People want to know what their choices are. And so if you don't give somebody the chance to speak and you don't give people the opportunity to see what the potential is out there, the body ends up rejecting that decision.
He says Lamont's campaign is now, quote, chasing their tails. Elliott says he's confident he can win 15% of the delegate vote to qualify for the primary, but he will end his campaign if he can't qualify for public financing by the end of the month. The governor's office has announced that as of today, Governor Ned Lamont's communications director, Rob Blanchard, has transitioned out of his role, and Catherine Volman has begun serving in the position. Blanchard, a Democrat, has recently announced his intention to run for the state Senate in the 28th District following the news that current Senator, Fairfield Republican Tony Wong, will be retiring at the end of his current term.
I'll be retiring from the Connecticut State Senate, which I've had the privilege to represent for the past 11 and a half years. But it's a decision that reflects gratitude.
Blanchard also currently serves as deputy majority leader in the Fairfield Representative Town Meeting. The warning period from bus-mounted cameras in New Haven is ending today. The cameras have been sending warnings to offenders who pass buses since January. Now, offenders caught on camera will be issued $250 tickets instead of warnings. The footage will be reviewed by officers before tickets get sent in the mail. Since the warning period began, officers have reviewed 700 videos and sent more than 300 warnings. And an article in Hearst Media says a Connecticut city has been named to a list of the top 100 best places to live in the U.S. Danbury was the only Connecticut city to land on the list, earning a, quote, live score of 700 from Livability and ranking at number 51 on the list. The Fairfield County City was named to the list for being, quote, home to a charming downtown, excellent schools, an arts community, and its proximity to New York City. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 40 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway is only slightly better at the moment. Out of New Haven, 95 south. Heavy congestion delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, it is good to have you here with us, right here, right now. We're with you Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 on WICC, right after the download with John and Ken. With John and Chris. John and Ken. Two LA radio guys. Which follows the world-famous Lisa Wexler's show, which follows the world-famous and award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC. CNN reporting that Congressman Eric Swalwell is resigning from Congress amid the sexual charges, rape charges here. So there you go. Now, here's what we're going to hear. And we've already heard it over the weekend because they're all phonies. Oh, well, we heard rumblings and accusations over the years. Oh, God. Ladies, listen. And I know this happens to guys too. But if you look at the percentage-wise, please, I am not victim blaming here. I don't want to hear that. Well, you're just victim blaming. No, I'm not. I'm just telling you, ladies out there, every guy, and I've said this with tongue in cheek, but I'm serious about this. It's part of the species here. Every guy, me, Chris, anybody around here, it's part of the human condition. It's in DNA. It's in brain chemistry. Every guy has a dirtbag gene. I'm telling you, it is part of the male persona. It is. Now, the good part is probably about 99.9999999% of guys over history, if you look at the numbers, have been able to control that. But sometimes you can't. And this is what happens here. So, again, all this stuff with Mr. Swalwell. Now, I guess former Congressman Swalwell has pushed him out of Congress. It was going to get ugly. He's resigning, whatever. All right, so good. Goodbye. Go play in a curb somewhere. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What did I want? I had a bunch of things I pulled up here that I wanted to get to. I saw this today. Just a little sideline for people. Just to mention, there's outrage at how expensive the World Cup tickets are. Yeah, all right. Well, don't go. Well, it's only in the U.S. every 20 or 30 years, yeah. And if you can't afford it, don't go. Also, what I wanted to mention, and again, I don't know how much of this is real or not, but have you noticed since, and in fact, I wasn't on the air when this happened because it was Friday night. I had finished up the week for Melissa. How about the reentry and the splashdown? Almost bullseye, like they said, within like a couple of 1,000 feet or whatever of the Artemis 2 thing. How great is that? America's turned on to space now again. Thank you, NASA. 4-person crew. It was a textbook flight. They had to wait a little bit before they could pop the hatch. One of their hand radios wasn't working. But how about that on Friday? Wow. And the video coverage of the capsule coming down, and you're sitting there going, please, parachutes. They have 3 or 4 sets of please open. Like, we don't want to see a deaths on TV, but it did. But do you have any friends, relative? Of course I have friends, Paul. No. Let me finish. Do you, and if you don't want to admit this on the radio, on the air, you can send me a message here. Same number, 333-9422. Do you have any friends, relatives, employees you work with, co-workers here, who don't believe any of this? They don't believe we ever landed on the moon. I'm looking at Facebook now. A lot of the deniers on Facebook and on social media, those are from Russian and Chinese computer farms and bot farms. And you can usually tell by the Facebook pages of that, so don't get yourself into an... I just argue with the bot farms to see how they'll respond and how human the response will be. Now, I understand it's been, listen, prior to this, the last time we were at the moon was 1972. So I guess if you don't do something for, 28 and 20, if you don't do something for 54 years and something like Artemis 2 happens with all the accolades, is that it? Accolades. Jeez. I knew I was flipping around the syllables there with all the accolades here. The tendency, I guess, is for some people to say, well, wait a minute, we didn't do this for 54 years. Why are we doing it now? It's got to be phony. Capricorn 1. Remember that movie? That's a pretty good movie. Faking a landing on the moon or on Mars or something like that. But do you have friends or relatives who you get into, I don't want to say arguments, but like you look at and you say, dude, we went to the moon. We landed 6 crews on the moon. We all know what happened with Apollo 13, and Apollos 18, 19, and 20 were canceled because America got bored, and Nixon was getting heat from people, the anti-poverty people. So, do you have? I mean, I'm having to explain stuff, and I know, Paul, why are you doing that? Why? Because I'm up at 11:30 at night, sitting there in my T-shirt and shorts, watching TV, arguing with space deniers. But be honest with me. Or maybe you don't believe it. I don't know. I find that fascinating. Well, how did we go back then? We didn't have the technology. Yes, we did. The cars of today are a lot more smoother, a lot more electronic, a lot more energy efficient. But, years ago, you had Mustangs and Chevys and Stingrays and Chrysler 300s. They still got you where you were going. Different kind of technology, but you understand that. But do you have friends or relatives who honestly, you think they're joking and they say, no, I'm not joking. I think the space program is all phony. Well, why do you think it's phony? Well, it's just to spend money. Well, what are they spending money on? I thought you said we didn't go. Yeah, but they're still spending money. I don't know. It's frightening too. That frightens me, and a lot of the extreme, before you jump down my throat or up my backside, a lot of the extreme anti-vaxxers. I'm not saying you can't be concerned about vaccines, But you know what? I got my tetanus booster this morning at the doctor. They said, you need a tetanus booster. Okay. I guess. I'm a senior now. I don't know about you, but I'll forego the tetanus and take the sore shoulder.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FAME25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 40 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. The Parkway is only slightly better at the moment. Out of New Haven, 95 south. Heavy congestion delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. Add voiceofct.com to your bookmarks. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
And look, you know what I love about the whole, and by the way, I just looked up online. Thankfully, it's only 10%, but that's a lot of people, though. What's America got? 345 million people. That means, if I do 10%, 34 million people don't think we landed on the moon. Okay, I know that involves kids, too. So how many adults are there? 25 million. Whatever. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And listen, I heard the deputy administrator or director, whatever the position is, of NASA the other day say, Bethany, I forgot what her name is, Stevens or something like that, Beth or Bethany Stevens. She said the other day, she said, no, listen. This is Space Race Part 2. We beat the Russians the first time. Now it's about China. And it's about mining and minerals and, maybe directed weapons there. So listen, I know what people are going to say. Now, I told you the NASA budget is 0.4%. And what do we see the other day? Something like 35 or 40 different Connecticut companies actually work as contractors with NASA. So that's pretty cool. So the space program directly affects us here in Connecticut. It's good money. jobs, whatever. And you know what's important about it? It gets kids excited. Just the way you and I grew up with, I was a little young for the Mercury 7, but the second crop of astronauts, and now, you went to the space shuttle and this and everything. But think about, now again, this was a big deal the other day because it was a return to the moon. And the networks knew this would rekindle everything, and it did if you're about my age, a little older, a little younger. But think about how this inspires kids. And you always hear about Connecticut schools and everything saying, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. What better way to get kids involved in that than to have a working, a working, breathing, vital space program to let kids just sit there and watch. Just sit there and watch. And to sit there by just watching and inspiring kids. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I see here that one of the last things, and we'll talk about this as we get further in the week. There is still this proposal, and I'm okay with this, of providing free school breakfast universally around the state. Apparently, there is a board Monday today. Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz hosting a panel discussion on a grant. It would be $12 million to help every school district in the state provide breakfast to each student. Now, this is interesting. Of the state's 202 school districts, 63 already do so. An estimated 164,000 additional students would get access to free breakfasts under the proposal. Now, I look at this now I know I've already gotten blowback on this. Well, let the parents pay for it. Blah, 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 blah. All right. In a $27 or $28 billion state budget a year, $12 million is not a lot of money. In fact, you know what? What are we going to do now? Yes. Let's do live research on the air with Paul. So what's that percentage? Let's see. So let's see. That would be 12 million. All right, make sure this is right. Did I get that right? 12 million divided by, let's click this, 28 billion. Let's do that. All right, so we'll do 28 billion. There you go. The zeros, okay. So that means the percentage of a yearly budget to feed every school kid, some of whom all the way from poverty level to uber rich, Gold Coast and Fairfield, that would be 4%. Did I get that right? No, that can't be right. Did I get that right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Tell you what, let's take the break right now, Mr. Producer, so Paulie can check his math to make sure I'm not misleading the populace.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 40 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. The Parkway is only slightly better at the moment. Out of New Haven, 95 south. Heavy congestion delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow with a shower late in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. A few widely scattered showers on Wednesday with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hey fans, come on to Yankee Stadium on Friday, April 17th when the Yankees host the Royals, and be ready to receive a Yankees promotional giveaway that has become a fan favorite. It's Yankees Hockey Jersey Night, presented by StubHub. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees hockey jersey. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Royals for Yankees Hockey Jersey Night, presented by StubHub on Friday, April 17th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And again, think about this. If you're going to spend... Now, here's how I'm interpreting these numbers. If you're going to spend $12 million... I guess this would be on a yearly basis, to make sure that every kid in Connecticut, in I guess, public schools, I don't know if this would pertain to private or parochial schools, whatever, but if you're spending $12 million to help every school district provide breakfast to each student, okay, doesn't that reap more in savings? Doesn't that reap more in savings? In other words, and I got to get further into the numbers here. I don't want to get too bogged down on the numbers. But $12 million that would ensure that every student in each school district gets a school breakfast. You may say, well, that's $12 million from taxpayer money. But if all these parents are saving money by not having to give their kids breakfast, isn't that a good deal? I don't know. Am I missing something? I just think if you can feed every kid in school for 9 months for a year for $12 million, it's not a lot of money. Plus, you're getting deals, too, probably from the food vendors, too. I don't know. Let's wrap it up with Tom in White Plains. Tom, how are you? What's up?
Hey, Paul. How you doing today?
Good. Got about a minute and a half.
Okay. In business administration, I've had something to deal with this down here in New York. Okay. And what happens is kids, the schools pay for the kids so that it's never known if a kid is getting a free lunch, a subsidized lunch, or paying the regular price. Okay. That's one of the missions here. And then the other part of that is if you think that the richer districts pay and the less rich districts, you're always chasing parents to pay the share. What are you going to do? You're not going to get the share. You're going to tell the kid that day they can't have lunch. So it's not a bad idea.
No,
like you said, $12 million isn't really a lot of money to feed all the schools.
Yeah, and Tom, thank you. Appreciate it. And Tom from White Plains there. And one of the arguments you get against this from some people is, well, okay, we'll feed the kids in Bridgeport and depressed areas there, but, we're gonna feed kids from Greenwich and Darien. You feed everybody because you don't want, how kids are. We were all one once, right? Oh, look at Joey there. He's got to get the food from the school. Man, my mom makes breakfast, right? There you go. I can't wait. Part of the reason I want this to pass is because I want to see the arguments over the over the menus. What's on the menus, eh? I doubt with nutrition today, or are we going to have $12 million worth of Captain Crunch, of Fruit Loops, Sunny Delight? Chase it down with some Cocoa Puffs. All right, Chris Williams, thank you for all of your help today, and we will see you tomorrow, bright and early at 2.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by DEA Take Back Day.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. California Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell, facing accusations of sexual assault, is quitting Congress. CBS's Michael Toscano with the latest.
In a social media post, Swalwell stated he will fight what he called the false allegations made against him, but, quote, "It's wrong for my constituents to have me distracted from my duties. Therefore, I will resign from Congress." He did not say when that becomes effective. This followed the House Ethics Committee announcing an investigation into sexual assault allegations and calls for his expulsion mounting. Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
After not reaching a peace deal with Iran, President Trump orders a blockade of Iranian ports.
Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone.
More from CBS's Natalie Brand.
He's defending the decision, this U.S. blockade on Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz, saying that he thinks it will be effective because Iran will not be able to sell oil. We know that the U.S. is also, according to the president, trying to find interdict vessels in international waters that have paid tolls to Iran, and that the U.S. is also beginning this operation to find mines that had been laid by Iran.
Pope Leo is visiting Africa and pushing back against President Trump's public attack against him. CBS's Jared Hill has more on the rare clash between the White House and the Vatican.
The president was asked if he would apologize to the Pope.
No, I don't, because Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with regard to Iran, and you cannot have a nuclear Iran.
Pope Leo called the name of the president's social media platform, Truth Social, ironic, and said Trump, who won over a majority of Catholics in the 2024 election, doesn't understand the message of the gospel.
A man accused in the Molotov cocktail attack of OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's home opposed AI, according to court documents, and had a list of other AI executives. CBS's Matt Gutman.
He's accused of firebombing Sam Altman's Mission Hill home in San Francisco at about 4 a.m. on Friday. And authorities also say that about an hour and 7 minutes later, the suspect was seen prowling outside the OpenAI headquarters downtown.
Residents of Sheboygan, Michigan have been told to prepare for possible evacuations as the flooding risk increases. Snow melt from a mid-March winter storm, compounded by recent heavy rain, has pushed the water levels high along the Sheboygan River at the Sheboygan Lock and Dam complex. Also, a large piece of ice damaged the safety wire near the dam. This is CBS News.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Catch up on what you missed. The best of Melissa in the Morning. Now on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
We are getting down to the last few weeks of the 2026 legislative session, and I have not spoken to Governor Ned Lamont on my show since the beginning of February. So we thought we'd check back in. He had a lot of proposals he had put forward during his State of the State address, including more oversight when it comes to earmarking. And there were some major moves last week, including